Gaming news today is all about what lies ahead. First, an insider has good news for fans of Ghost Recon, but there will be some pretty big changes according to the information being leaked. Second, Halo Studios has revealed when they will give an update on what they've been working on, and in an unexpected turn, it's more than just one project. Third, a brand new Borderlands 4 preview has landed, and it details how the open world will be seamless. But how will that affect enemy behavior as well as the side missions and the side content? We're going to look at what Game Informer was unable to unearth. And as always, I'm going to have a game for your wish list and your radar. And we're going to try something new this morning. If you're watching this later, you're going to want to use the timestamps below to go to where I actually sort of read through the briefing of the news. So it'll be about an hour in. People sort of miss their morning coffee where we just sort of chill and talk before the actual show begins. That used to be sort of a member stream, but we felt that that was really disjointing the morning. So we decided just to go live every day and just start the show. Well, wanted to give back a little bit of what you feel like you've lost. We're just going to sort of chat to open up the show. And listen, if you're watching or listening to this later, there's all sorts of ways to support. We still do Green Room in the afternoons, Friday night streams with my wife. That's a great reason to support the channel directly. Consider clicking join, pick Member Plus. If you're watching on Purple, use your primes, use your subs, and that'll be greatly appreciated. That's how I do this full time. And YouTube's been tinkering with some things, so we haven't been getting the best results in those live environments. So if you've been faithfully tuning in, thank you so much. Hopefully we're not going to have a bunch of people pouring in and like, oh man, where have you been? I haven't seen you live, because that's kind of what it feels like. It feels like it's not putting us in front of the people that we're here all of the time. So if you're here right now, you're the best, and thank you for that. And starting off the day, Mavidian says, morning Lono in chat. Yo, thank you for 13 months. Mavidian, I greatly appreciate that. Let's kind of get this going over here. The member battle yesterday went handedly to YouTube. Twitch, you guys won one last week, so we greatly appreciate that. Little behind pace for the week. Need about 100 a day to unlock that weekend stream. This one's going to end up having to be on a Saturday if you guys actually manage to unlock it, because the 4th is the 4th of July, so that's not going to be possible. And a 5-bomb comes in from Wire Rope, and he says, you know what, let's just get started. And now Twitch does not get to cheat. They do not get to cheat. Both teams can gift right from the jump, right from the outset. So we'll see what that results in with respect to that. So congrats to all the people that just got a gifted sub. Hopefully you guys enjoy that. Check my last. Tom Warren is beginning to hint that OEMs will build Xbox consoles in the future, which is quite literally what everybody's been saying. I mean, everybody's so mad at Laura Fryer, you know, adorable, harmless, non-console warrior Laura Fryer, and they're so mad. Fryer, I hardly know her. I mean, that's what they're all trying to do, right? They're trying to discredit her and act as if largely they're reacting to things she didn't say. So interesting that she basically said that like, this is where they're going. They're going to have other people make the hardware, you know, and for her, that means hardware is dead for her. It's like, well, why would you buy it? If other people are making it and it's just a place for you to engage with various storefronts, that's not Xbox. That's just another option in the market. It's just another Lenovo. It's just another PC. Like, and to her, that is not what she helped build. You know, she was there in the early days when they launched Gears, and they were all about the 360. And she was very critical of how the Xbox One was handled. And I think her video and the response perfectly displays why I've just hit like a fatigue level with the whole thing. I just don't have the energy for it. I'm like, you know what? 2 + 2 = 5. If that helps you feel better, to call this thing something, to feel like you're winning some fight, man, go ahead, bro. I'm playing Death Stranding too. I just don't have the energy anymore, man. You do you, boo-boo. Whatever it is that makes you feel better. Trying to discredit an industry veteran because they made observations about Xbox's choices that are so readily observable. I just think it's embarrassing behavior. I really do. I think it demonstrates it demonstrates just where we've come in the conversation. I believe the woman who helped produce the first Gears of War and not PR folks on YouTube for Bleed Green. Right. I said I was really glad to see her getting attention. I was really glad. I was like, she has made great videos. This is not the first video of hers I've seen. I've been subbed to her for a while. I think she's awesome. But it's like, I think if everybody pumped the brakes and actually listened to what she said, this is what happens. This is sort of the cycle. So they all went after. I mean, you called it, Nick. You said they were going to. I thought your thumbnail prediction was a real thumbnail because that's just how low people have gone. I literally thought it was a real thumb. I was like, yep, here we go. It was believable. It wasn't absurd. It wasn't. I didn't see it as an absurd thing. I was like, oh yeah, that's totally within the realm of possibilities. But what happens is, and this is why I was trying to encourage people to watch her actual video, right? There were people that were uploading rather lengthy clips on Twitter and then obviously summarizing or, console warring. And that to me is the biggest problem in dialogue right now, is that no one will actually engage. It's just, give me the too long didn't read slanted frame in a bite-sized morsel on Twitter so I can cheer or get angry. Like, that's essentially where we are now. Like, people did that with her video. They were excited to feel affirmed and proven right. So they all run and grab clips and throw them on Twitter, and they use it to console war. Well, what do people do? They don't go and watch her video. They assume, oh, her video is just some console war crap, and so now they're all saying she sounds like the comment section. Oh, she sounds like all these other hardcore ponies out here. The Hold the Line guy, I saw a clip of him saying that. He just rattled off a bunch of guys who identify as like hardcore PlayStation fans. And he's like, she just sounds like them. And I'm like, I'd bet dollars to donuts you didn't even watch the video in its entirety. Or if you did, you weren't listening very carefully. It's like, she doesn't say anything that is completely out of left field. She doesn't say anything that's not observable in what they've been doing and saying. But what happens is people see the summaries and the tweets and they assume, oh, that's her approach, that's her framing, that's how she discussed it, and they react to that. Like, I wish we would have had time yesterday to pull up her video and actually play it in its entirety and react to it. We may do that today, I don't know. Because, like, it's very sensible. He questioned why she isn't loyal to Xbox at the end of his reaction video. Why should she be loyal? Loyalty is not given unwaveringly. Loyalty is earned and then loyalty is maintained. Loyalty is earned and then maintained. Like, I don't get the idea of, like, well, why isn't she so loyal to Xbox? I don't know. A better question is, why are you still loyal? Like, I think that's a better question. I don't have to justify my consumption of Expedition 33. I don't have to justify my consumption of Death Stranding or Blueprints or any of the games this year that I've consumed. Why? Because I'm thinking like a consumer and not a loyalist. It's like, I didn't buy any of these games or gravitate to these games because of loyalty. I did it because I'm being a consumer. I saw a value proposition. I saw trailers. I saw gameplay. I heard a bunch of hype. And I was like, let me check this thing out. Where's this idea of loyalty come from? What the frick are you talking about? What do you mean? Why? Why would you be loyal? Like, when PlayStation does something I don't like, I'm very critical of it. When Nintendo does something I don't like, I'm very critical of it. I'm not loyal to those companies. I can't get PlayStation to talk to me. And I would not doubt it 1 minute if I'm on a no-no list, because I've been heavily critical. You can't call their PlayStation showcases weak and their decisions and their business choices dumb and then be like, oh yeah, by the way, can I have a code for one of your games? No, I didn't do the opening yet. So, like, I think you have a greater effort to establish and compel somebody to be loyal to a brand than it is to be like, why aren't you loyal? It's really easy to not be loyal to a brand because I'm thinking like a consumer and not like a loyalist. Like, the minute a brand does something I don't like, that's going to either fracture my trust to buy from them. So, like, here's an example with recent game that just came out, Mind's Eye, right? Are you gonna be first in line to buy their next game? No, probably not. Everybody was very excited. It's like, oh, we've got former GTA folks. This thing's gonna be hot, and it was an utter disaster. And now they're doing layoffs. So what's that do? That shatters your confidence in being like, well, I don't know about. They might not even make a next game, right? That's you thinking like a consumer. Imagine somebody asking you, well, why aren't you loyal to Build a Rocket Boy? You'd be like, huh? Speaking hard truths is part of loyalty. Loyalty isn't being a sycophant. I mean, I think that's well stated. It's like I am loyal to my family, right? Step in front of a bus, sacrifice myself for them, whatever it takes, right? Whatever they need. I'm gonna stretch myself to breaking points if I have to provide for my family. Like, I'm loyal to them to a fault. But that doesn't mean they're beyond criticism. Like, I would still be critical and be like, hey, I think you're making a bad choice. This is not a good decision, right? That's part of loyalty, would be care and concern for this bond that we have, right? Hang on. Rooney, thank you so much for renewing over here on Purple and getting, what is that, your second month? Yeah, second month. Thank you so much, Rooney, getting us to 59. Taking the member battle to 7-0. YouTube non-existent so far. We're kind of emulating morning coffee. Guys, do me a favor and give me a ton of likes. Let's try to get this thing started. If you listen to what Laura Fryer says, there's no disloyalty. She's actually brokenhearted to a degree. I'm not trying to like inject it with emotion. She's like, I was there when we were crushing it, and now this is what we're doing. This is what you're doing with the brand I helped build. Amskin, thanks for so much for jumping back in, dude. That's 2 months. Like, and again, to couch it, to immediately jump to loyalty language, like, that doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it at all. I don't understand why you would be like, well, we need to make sure that we're loyal to this company. I don't. Okay. When did she leave? I don't know the exact timeline of her exodus. Somebody put it on Twitter this morning. She's telling the whole truth about Xbox and they don't like her opinion. I'll tell you what this sounds like. She stepped into an ongoing exercise in flat tire denial. It's been an ongoing exercise. CFO says games are going to competitive platforms. No, they're not. Nuh-uh. No, they're not. Phil says no. Okay. Just 4 games. See, just 4 games. They're not sending over the... Oops. There goes the big games. It's just flat tire denial. It's like at every point where it's clear what's happening, if you're the person to say it, you're criticized and called names and called... Like, she's literally a former... Xbox executive, former person who was there, understands the industry. She's got very, very insightful videos on Concord and other games that have failed and flopped and things that have happened in the industry. And she steps out and does the same thing. She's like, well, look at what they're doing. It's so obvious what they're doing. And no, they're not. Okay. Okay. I mean, sure, they're not. Sure. They're not doing it. They're making hardware, except they're going to have other people make it for them. They're gonna have a future Xbox, except they said that the future biggest platform is going to be Windows. So they're more focused on growing Windows, which will then be basically just some quasi PC for your living room, which is not a bad thing, but it's not what she helped build. It's not what many people wanted from them. Expressing disappointment in that is completely legitimate, rather than just, shovel whatever decisions you're making, whatever PR choices you're going to make, just shovel it in my gullet, and I'll just accept it happily. Wilbur with 4 months, 2 months until I get a green badge. Thank you so much, Wilbur. Xbox has become Tom Sawyer. They're getting other people to do their work, and they're happy about it. Here's what's interesting. Instead of discussing what's actually happening, we're just maintaining a mirage. Do you understand? Like, instead of, like, actually analyzing what this might look like. Thank you so much, not Wilbur, only for 4 months, but also Sir Gabby jumping back in. Thank you so much. This becomes 62. I need to bump this to 2 for you guys. Sorry, I forgot to do it. There we go. 2 to 8. That's the interesting thing. Like, and Pathalon Phoenix with the first 10 bomb. That might be the first 10 bomb of the week. I think the biggest yesterday was a 5 bomb. There it is. We are now 3 away from the goal. A slow start to the week, but we can definitely turn it around. It's now 12 to 8. Purple. Can someone catch me up on the discussion? Okay, let me catch you guys up. Okay, so I've promoted her channel before. Her name is Laura Fryer. Okay, she puts out this video called The Future of Xbox, and in it, she sort of bemoans the direction that they're taking. And she says what a lot of us have been saying, that this is, I literally did a stream the other day called Exit Strategy. And I just did basic analysis of what Sarah Bond had said, what this hardware push seems to signal, and it's that, listen, this is an exit strategy. We've all said, many of us have said for a long time, Xbox is going to get out of hardware and they're going to primarily focus on a software strategy. I said this when they went after ABK. I said they're going to do a software strategy. That's their MO anyway. They're going to approach this from the mindset of put our content in as many places as we can. That's the software strategy. They took it one step further, and they're like, we're going to focus on Windows. Windows is what they care about. It makes sense, right? Windows and cloud, their Azure services is like where they make most of their money, okay? So the most recent announcements and the way they've talked about everything, I was like, this is their exit strategy. They're going to have everybody making hardware for them, meaning you will not have like a bespoke traditional console anymore. It'll be something else. It'll be some hybrid. I think this handheld is step one. They're like, well, of course we want a handheld, but we don't want to make it. Well, of course we want a console, but we don't want to make it. I think that's their posture. I've said this for a very long time. When I said they were turning into a publisher, I was highly criticized for saying that. I was like, I don't understand. It's clear that's where they're going. She observed the same thing. Laura Fryer was at Xbox like during its birth years of like the 360 and Gears and everything else. And so she's basically like, she's basically sad that this is the direction that they're going. Like, basically, this is the end of their hardware. They don't want to, or they can't really get to a point where they want to distribute it, so they're going to have other people do it for them. What that does is, and the point that she makes in the video is, why would you buy one of their devices if it's just another device to access a bunch of different storefronts? You're not doing exclusive, so it's not like you can say, well, buy this device because it's where this game lives. They've completely detonated every single value point that they built the brand on during the 360 era, and she's simply saying the future of Xbox is they're not really doing their own hardware, someone else is, and she says to me that means Xbox hardware is dead. Because now you're not buying an Xbox from Xbox, you're going to buy some OEM, something developed by some other company that features an operating system that features Steam, an Xbox app, Epic Games Store, and it's like at that point, you're just buying a PC, which is fine if that speaks to your value, like operation of like what you're wanting as a consumer. But like, and she's being her credentials are being questioned. She's being described in ways where like she sounds like the comment section. She's being described as she sounds like, and then like a laundry list of PlayStation content creators, and it's like I said, you either didn't watch the video or you watched it and weren't listening carefully enough. It's like it's very, very clear to me what she was saying and trying to communicate. I think a lot of people reacting on Twitter are reacting to either clips and framing of clips and not actually what she says in the video. PlayStation should hire her. She's a pony, right? Thank you, 50 Trey Gaming. I'm an original Xbox gamer, and I feel exactly how she does. But these new Microsoft podcasters are frauds, in my opinion. Thank you for 5 months of great content. Thank you very much. Again, my question is, why wouldn't we just talk about the device, what it can do, and then talk about what it means and thank you, Angel of Wolves, for 3 months. 3 months, bro. Love you. Thank you so much for renewing over here on Purple. A little bit of a closer fight today. It's 9-13. Get those gifteds and renewals going. We are literally 1 away from the milestone. Every 25, I get 5. We're 1 away from 75. It's just dangling there. I want to let you know that your coffee is actually really good. I tell people that every day. People are surprised when they order it. They're like, wait, this is actually really good coffee. We've had some coffee snobs tell us we don't charge enough. Reacting to falsely framed clips on Twitter. Bots would never. I don't believe it. Totally shocked and befuddled. Why would they do that? It's Chill Will with a $5 super chat. Good morning, Lono in chat. Hoping everyone's having a great day. Lono, I left a comment on your video yesterday. I'd love to hear your opinion. Did I not respond to you? Did you just now do it? Let's see here. Oh, you said love the longer video. Couple of things here. I think along with console players moving to new hardware and seeing it's all PC ports is very important. And yes, you can gloat about playing PlayStation games on it, but how does that help Xbox or Microsoft? 70% to Steam and 30% to PlayStation. And flip those around. Steam would be getting the 30, not PlayStation, right? So when a game comes to PlayStation, PlayStation does a 30% scrape. When a game goes to Steam, Steam takes a 30% scrape. So you just got to flip those numbers around. And the pricing. A lot of people complained about the Switch 2 price and game prices and the PS5 Pro price. Those are going to be in for a rude awakening when they see the original Ally for $650 and the 900 model with better specs and battery life will be $750 or $1,000. How many Series S owners who bought it for a lower price would pay that much to upgrade? I think betting on a PC handheld and a ROG that only sold 500,000 units is likely not going to sell well with a higher price point. And the hybrid console PC won't do well either because the Asus NOC hasn't sold well either. And the talking heads who do spread misinformation haven't done a good job selling the current Xbox's 30 million sold. Hang on. Hero Shea with a $2 super chat. Microsoft's going to design AMD processor that runs the Xbox UI. And J Hart with a member plus. As far as we understand it, and J Hart just secured the 75. There we go. It's 14-9. All right. I owe YouTube 5. So, no, we haven't talked about Ghost Recon. We're trying something new. We're going to do the show open an hour in. So it's just free form. So people are just coming in and bringing up what they want to bring up, right? Did you ever finish Expedition 33? Oh, yeah, a while ago. I finished that to get ready for Death Stranding 2. Right, and I talked about this yesterday, Chill Will. I talked about this yesterday. Like, you can't market, well, the Series S is great because it's an affordable option, and Game Pass is great because it's an affordable option for people who don't want to spend a lot on money, and the Switch is overpriced, and $80 games are ridiculous. Well, Microsoft did it after Mario Kart. So anger, where's the anger? Oh, no, that's right. I have Game Pass. Okay, fine. So $80 games don't matter when you can retreat to Game Pass, which its price went up for day and date, and they moved it to Ultimate. So, sure, they just continue to be very, I guess, pro-consumer is the term people use. Anyway, then the criticism of the PS5 Pro price at $700. These devices coming out anywhere from $800 to $1,000, depending on which one you get and where you buy it, and if you bundle anything with it, right? Somewhere between $800 and $1,000 to play games at inferior performance. Again, if you want to do that, I think that's totally fine. I just think that the issue that nobody is seeing here is that the people that are being critical and expressing their frustration are talking about the facts of reality. Well, what this device can or can't do. You would be, chat, you would be alarmed at the number of people who commented on my video yesterday, Xbox, proceed with caution, and how I talked about how they say something technically true and it gives a false impression. A minimum of 5 people have commented on my video and have expressed that the ROG Ally X can play their entire Xbox library. They're literally on a video that is saying, hey, they say things that are technically true, and it gives people a false impression, and they're in the comments saying, yeah, I'm one of those people, because they're literally thinking something that isn't true. They think that it can play every single game. No. Eugene, at least 1 or 2 of them use the word natively. I had at least 2 people comment, and they believe that this thing coming out this year can play their entire Xbox library natively. They think it. It's like you're literally on a video that is you're demonstrating the exact issue that I'm talking about. You think something that isn't true, and you think I'm out here lying about the company and the brand. Nintendo confirms that the Donkey Kong Bonanza is being made by the Mario Odyssey team. That's cool to see. I didn't like Odyssey as much as I liked Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 more. Wait, can it not? No, it can't. I left a large comment a while back saying what your video did a few weeks back. It's wild how Microsoft are operating. No, it can't release the Kraken. It's an Asus ROG Ally X that's already in the market right now, and it can play Steam. It can play the Xbox Play Anywhere games natively, which is not your entire library. It's a selection, okay? And it can play games remotely on your Xbox, like the Portal can to the PlayStation. And then you can access like games on the cloud. So, no, it cannot play your entire Xbox library natively. So, like, right now I have an Xbox Series X. That is an Xbox. I can boot it up, and I can play all my games backwards compat, and I can play my entire library right there, right there. Now, I open up the Xbox app on my PC. I cannot do that. I can only play the select titles that are either in Play Anywhere. That are in Play Anywhere. And so I have access to those games. I do not have access to all my backwards compat. I do not have access to my entire library. And then I also have access to Steam. That's all this device is. I really want you to fathom what has happened. Xbox is so good at this. They slapped their label on a product that already exists, and they have people thinking things about it that aren't true, and they never explicitly told people those things. They never did. They called an Xbox. before they announce it, they tell people that everything is an Xbox. And then when they officially promote it, they say, well, it can play games all across your Xbox library. So everybody who's on that team makes their videos, makes their posts, makes their articles, cheering for it. They get access. They get early access to the Xbox app. They intentionally show it loading up Steam games that are PlayStation ports to, again, to cloud the issue and make it seem as though this device is able to do things that you couldn't do 2 months ago. You could do this on an Asus ROG. You could buy it and play a PlayStation port. That's not a new development. Yo, Mr. Grimm, thank you so much for gifting a sub to The Dream. And that is an Agent of Chaos. And that pushes us to 76. We're a little behind on the week. We're going to have a little bit of a bounce back hopefully today. It's Tuesday. And we're trying something a little bit different. Instead of doing morning coffee as a member segment, we're just going live and just chatting like off the cuff. And then I'm going to go through the official news here in about 30 minutes. The Xbox app is currently being tested, or like people are having early access to it on the handheld. That's why people were showing the footage that they were showing of like booting up a PlayStation game. Destiny live stream today. I don't have the capacity to care less about that game. And I'm in good company looking at the feedback from the community lately. Main problem for me is that a generic PC will never match a game running on bespoke console hardware. I've not watched Ironheart. I have no interest in it. I've just lost interest in that entire brand. Like, I just don't care. I haven't watched the new Captain America. I said this the other day. I haven't watched the new Captain America. I haven't watched Ironheart. I have zero interest in the Thunderbolts movie. I just don't care about any of it. There's so many other shows and movies I'd rather watch. Xbox is never clear on things. That's a way a lot of people get confused on what's going on. There's no sense of direction. Yeah, I mean, to me, all except Fantastic Four. Yeah, Fantastic Four does have my interest, but again, it's probably because it doesn't feel like MCU. Lona, did you finish Claire Obscure? Yes, I did. You asked earlier. Maybe you missed my answer. I feel like I answered you immediately. I finished it, yes. I finished it so that I could play Death Stranding 2 when it came out. PlayStation has announced a new collaboration with Lisa from Blackpink. There's a clear direction. Everything is an Xbox. I missed your answer. My bad. No, that's okay. Yeah, I answered you like as soon as I saw the question. Yeah, the clear distinction. Everything's an Xbox. Again, I just think that lacks distinction. That's the problem with it. It lacks distinction. Like I said yesterday, okay, great. Thanks for saying that. Now can you please accurately describe what each thing is capable of? Like, let's just do it with the Nintendo Switch 1, right? The names describe the capability. You have the Switch, you have the Switch OLED, and you have the Switch Lite. Do you see? It would be very confusing to stand in the store with a little old lady who's buying something for her grandson, and she's like, yes, my son wants the Switch. Oh yeah, this is a Switch. And you're just pointing at the Switch Lite. Oh, thank you very much. He wants a Switch. No qualifying questions asked, right? Terrible salesman. A qualifying question would be, what does he want to do with the Switch? And she says, he would like to hook it up to his big screen TV. Well, the Switch Lite is not the right Switch to sell her. You see? You would say, these are all of the Switches, and there is the Switch Lite, and the Switch OLED. And she would probably say, well, what are the differences between them? And he would say the Switch over there is the classic model. It's got the dock for your television. The Switch Lite is for those who don't want to plug it into the television. They just want to roam around with it. And the Switch OLED has a better screen. To which she would say, he's never going to take it out of the dock. He primarily just wants it for his entertainment room. And then you would qualify her as fitting the Switch One. So, the classic model. So when you say everything is an Xbox, and someone's standing there saying, well, I would like an Xbox, please. And they're like, well, these are all Xboxes. Okay, you've not said anything. You haven't said a thing. You haven't communicated to them anything worth really saying. Yeah, these are all Xboxes. This is everything here. Oh, great. Which one should I get? I mean, they're all an Xbox. So take your pick. Do you want this Xbox that's portable? Oh, wait, hang on. It actually can't play your entire Xbox library. Can't do backwards compatibility. It's basically a handheld PC, but the PR talking point is that it's an Xbox console because, you know, we have to copy what Microsoft says. Instead of just like telling the customer, well, it's basically a handheld PC gaming device that enables you to play all the Steam games and some of the Xbox games. And if you're okay to do remote play, you can do that with an existing console if you would like. And then there's cloud as well. Like, you would qualify the customer. You would make sure they understand, well, yeah, you can just call it an Xbox, but you're not explaining what it's capable of doing. That's why I had people in my comment section on my video saying that this Xbox ROG can play their library natively. And I'm like, but it can't. And then, people are saying, you're just angry because it has an Xbox logo on it. I'm like, what? I don't care. This is not a device that interests me. It's why people kept asking me, why aren't you getting a Steam Deck? I'm like, I'd never use it. Why aren't you getting a ROG or a Lenovo? Because I'd never use it. Oh no, you slapped your logo on a device I've had no interest in since their inception. Whatever will I do? Be still my seething, beating heart. Like, no one's angry. No one cares. It's that you're saying things that aren't true. Even if you're right, you don't think they'll expand on what Xbox games it can access? That question is irrelevant. That question is irrelevant. That's like saying, well, I'm going to sell you this bicycle now, but I'm going to call it a motorcycle. But it's not a motorcycle. Yeah, but I mean, in the future, I may come back to your house and install a motor on it and turn it into a motorcycle. No, I'm calling something that isn't representative of what it is. Yeah, come and buy this motorcycle. No, that's a bicycle. Oh, no, it's not. I am calling it a motorcycle because I can. It doesn't change the essence of the thing. My daughter wants to be a teenager so badly. She wants to babysit and have a phone and be a teenager, more about as equal to her desire for a dog. And she consistently will joke that she's a teenager. It doesn't change the fact that she's not one. So, you're 11. Can you slow down and just enjoy being a child? Like, so yes, call it that, but you're not changing the essence of the item and what it's capable of. After getting my ROG Ally, I'm mainly PC gaming. It has allowed me to sneak in gaming sessions while the little one is busy. Yeah, I would just never use it. I've got a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old, and our gaming sessions are planned. They're on Saturdays. We sit on the couch. We play together. Like, I only ever use my Portal if we need a third screen. Can your Xbox play Xbox games? No, it only cools strings. This is the quicksand. This is the quicksand of this conversation. Something true is said, and everybody gets really angry and responds to the truth with false frames, mischaracterizations, right? Because for a week now, that's what they've been doing. They've been false framing the device, mischaracterizing it, right? Talking about it in ways that's misleading. And if you bring attention to that, then like you're the problem, you're being a pony, you're being tribalist. And it's like it's just quicksand. Oh, sorry, Predator. 52 months. That's a lot of months, Predator. Thank you so much. Let's have a dope day. Thank you, sir. It's just quicksand. It's like I feel like every time now we're sort of on the other side of, you know, gaming just looking better and better and better. It's like we've got to have these weird debates about, well, cats have 9 lives, and it's like, no, they don't. Why do you hate cats so much? It's like, oh my gosh. Okay. It plays Xbox games? What are you guys talking about, Trill? Xbox put their logo on a fridge? Even when Phil Spencer says stuff directly, they overwrite what he says or adopt the direction he doesn't say. I would need an example of what you're saying. What's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. The reason I made the video yesterday, and the reason I made it in the candor that I did, is because it just turns into a false frame. He's angry, he's seething, he's molding, and it's like, no, I'm not. I'm just trying to establish a baseline of truth. That's all I'm trying to do. What's the problem with that? Why is there an instinctive animosity towards somebody just speaking factually about these devices and what they're capable of? Like, what's the issue with? I don't understand. The same thing happened when the PS5 Pro came out. If you just spoke about it factually, what it was capable of doing, and the actual cost difference between the devices was $250. If you just spoke factually about it, you were falling for a scam, and you were a corporate shill, and it's just like, I don't understand. Like, why can't we just speak factually about these things and these devices? I just don't get it. Just this immediate aversion to truth. Like, you got to twist and contort everything into some weird narrative. It's like, okay, I guess fine. The attitude that I just keep coming back to is, you guys deserve everything you're getting. You deserve a device that can't do what you think it can do. You deserve the abandonment of exclusives. You deserve the abandonment of their own bespoke hardware. You deserve to get duped by just 4 games. You deserve to get duped by everything that the man has said the past couple of years that made you think everything was fine and the games weren't going to other platforms. You deserve every square inch of all of this. Anybody that's turned this into a fight or attacked others and made it personal or spread misinformation, you deserve everything that's happened the last 2 years. And the next couple of years, you deserve that too. You do. Like, you get exactly what you signed up for. I don't know. Enjoy it. Enjoy a handheld. Enjoy, whatever next round of hardware they deliver. Enjoy it, man. Enjoy Game Pass while you can, because it's probably going to start pricing people out of it if they want to maintain day and date. Go for it. I don't have the energy. I just don't have the energy for it anymore. It's like, okay. You're right. Everything's an Xbox. You won. You can play PlayStation games on your Xbox. The PlayStation's failing. Consoles are dying. Sure. What? Yes. All of those. Yep. You're right. Switch 2 broke all the records for console sales. PlayStation's having its most successful gen ever, and exclusives are still topping charts and review circuit. But yeah, you know, okay. All right. I'm enjoying Hideo Kojima at the moment. Yeah, I was playing last night, and one of the things I'll be interested to see somebody break down in that game in particular is the weather systems. It feels a little scripted right now, but I feel like they're just sort of introducing it. I'm actually interested in the Xbox handheld, but except I'm not going to be able to play on my library. I just want to go through all the hoops. I just want to go through all the hoops to play some of my game like you do with Steam Deck. I'm doing foot deliveries when I don't have to. The traversal mechanics are so improved. You missed my renewal, homie? No, I did not. I just shouted it out like 5 minutes ago. I said 52 months. That's a lot of months. I added it to the total. Uh, 1030 Media Group. 32 months. Xbox already promoted no console required and still have them lining up for a $900 handheld. Genius. I actually don't think it's going to sell that well. I don't think it's going to sell that well. As far as... Yo, what's good, Light Leap? As far as market saturation is concerned... Yeah, I don't think it's going to sell that well. I don't think there's high demand for it. The market's proven there's not high demand for it. And I think it was very aptly pointed out yesterday that, like, the handheld king is the Nintendo Switch 2, and it literally, it's the Switch 2 is everything that we've been told isn't supposed to work. All the claims about the future and where the industry's going, and then the Switch 2 walks in the room and says, yeah, sure, whatever you say. Sure, Jan. Exclusives are going away. You know, consoles are stagnant. It's like... Yeah, you guys are so right and good at predicting where the industry's going, as the Switch 2 disproves basically everything you've been saying for the last 2 years to justify Xbox's evolution. Like, okay. All right. I reckon they'll sell 2 to 5 million just for the ease of use. Chris, I really want you to analyze your prediction. You think the Asus Xbox ROG Ally X is going to sell 2 to 5 million when the entirety of the handheld market is like right around 6 million. 3 million of those are Steam Decks. You think this device is going to have that level of demand? No. The market's very much shown a lack of momentum for these devices. And at its price point, I can't see it. Like, even PlayStation said that they anticipated the PS5 Pro selling less than the PS4 Pro because of the price point. If the Xbox hardcore fans back what they say... Nope. No, I don't think so, man. Are you gonna play Death Stranding 2? I've been playing it. This is gold. More people see this. What is this? Yeah, I'm not streaming it. This clip was funny. If you watch closely, it's the exact moment he shorted out. Yeah, I saw this yesterday. And I believe you literally get to watch in real time Destin Legary's realization that calling this thing a console or calling it an Xbox, why this is confusing. Like, at least he has the ability in the moment to admit the issue.
Completely false.
Here we go.
It's this change in strategy from Xbox that has ruffled some feathers. I challenge you to ask yourself, why do you feel it's important to say that PlayStation will block this from happening? Something we now know is completely false. Or to claim it's not an Xbox when even the CEO stands in front of a camera and tells you it is.
All right, I'm just going to pause the video very quickly. The issue with the PlayStation thing is, and his claim is still, in this video and the tweet that he sent out, these were false claims that he made. Okay? There has been no definitive proof that you will be able to run PlayStation games on a future Xbox console because you loaded up a PlayStation game through Steam with a secondary app on a PC handheld. You've proven nothing, so no. We currently don't know if you will be able to or not. It's an unknown. To claim that it's been proven is simply untrue. There could be a future where you buy an Xbox console PC hybrid and you are able to play PlayStation games. That is a possibility. It has not been proven to be able to happen. We don't know in the negative or the positive. And we don't know if PlayStation will take an interest. And will they say, hey, that goes against our PC strategy as an additive market. We consider that to be a new device. Or they'll say, we don't care, right? We don't know in the positive or the negative. So we're 25 seconds in, and he's already continuing to perpetuate something that is simply untrue and unproven.
Or to argue about what is a console and isn't when the word console is literally written on the device. Calling a handheld a console has been nomenclature for some time now. Every major...
Anyways, it does say console on it. He's correct. It does. But this is where it gets confusing. If you go to the actual Asus website, they classify it right there in the description as a Windows 11 gaming device, right? Currently, you wouldn't describe a console as a Xbox operating system gaming device, right? So this again is where the confusion begins. And this is why muddying the waters, and this is why using terms like this without actually explaining what the terms mean leads to issues. Yes, nomenclature. We all know Norman. Norman's great. All right, let's continue.
Retailer, Walmart, Target, they all call the Switch 2, the Steam Deck, they're all called consoles.
Now, again, citing retailers saying that is not really proving anything, but I believe it says it on the back of the device. I believe it says right on the back of the device, console. That's not the issue. The issue is that word doesn't communicate capability. You need to explain capability of the device. So if I'm calling this an Xbox console, and you say that to your average consumer, Joe Schmo or whoever, right? That is confusing because it does not have the capabilities of an Xbox console.
So some are getting hung up on semantics, but this is the future of Xbox, at least.
Literally defining what a gaming device can do is not semantics. It's actually one of the most important things. Like if you go and stand in Best Buy and you're looking at TVs and you're like, what's the difference between these two TVs? You wouldn't get flustered at the guy and call him like, why are you getting hung up on semantics? Like, having definitive categories of what a device can do is actually incredibly important because that's literally how somebody makes an informed decision. Like if somebody's standing in an aisle and they're like, well, what's the difference between the PS5 and the PS5 Pro? And being like, well, they're both PlayStations. That's not communication. That's a platitude. You're not communicating anything. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't be like, well, they're both PlayStations. No, you would explain the differences between the device. This is why just simply calling something an Xbox or simply calling something a console, you are not communicating. You're just speaking in platitudes. They're empty platitudes that require qualification and definition. Okay? And he's going to find out very soon why this is important.
For everybody.
A few moments later.
We're seeing a little bit of confusion doing the rounds on social media about whether the newly announced ROG Xbox LA handheld will play native console games or not. And the answer is that it doesn't, at least not as things stand. So not yet, but Xbox said it would. Anyway, this is a Windows PC.
Whoa. See? Oh my gosh, I didn't catch this yesterday. Do you see? He just said Xbox said it would. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Do you see? Their plan is working. This is literally what my video was about yesterday. They have people convinced that this thing can play your library, your entire library natively. I have guys in my comment section saying that. I'm like, homies, you're not, no, that's not true. The device can't do that. And this is why this is an important discussion to have. Consumers need to know the capabilities of the device before buying it, not empty PR platitude speak about it's an Xbox, it's a console. Okay, now that you've said that, can we talk about the device and what it's able to do? He literally just said it. Listen to it. Listen to it again. Listen to the clip again.
Moments later.
We're seeing a little bit of confusion doing the rounds on social media about whether the newly announced ROG Xbox LA handheld will play native console games or not. And the answer is that it doesn't, at least not as things stand. So not yet, but Xbox said it would.
No, see what I'm saying? That's the more damning part of this video that no one's catching. They're excited about the moment upcoming. There's a moment coming up where he kind of admits calling it an Xbox is confusing. Well, he is demonstrating in this clip. He is demonstrating in this clip exactly what I advised caution about yesterday. If you listen to the way they talk about the device at face value, if you listen to what Sarah Bond says, it's extremely easy to come to the conclusion that Destin has come to. Well, Xbox said that it would. No, they didn't. In no uncertain terms, they never ever said, oh yeah, it can play your games natively. Sarah Bond said it can play games all across your Xbox library. That was perfectly written and executed because people walked away from that advertisement and thought, oh yeah, it's going to be able to play my library. And it can't. Let's keep watching.
Anyway, this is a Windows PC handheld that's designed to play native PC games, which means you can still play games from the Xbox PC app and PC Game Pass, as well as stuff from Steam and other launchers, but not native console games. I mean, of course not. It's not a
Come on.
It's not like a 360 console.
Oh, he was so close. Hang on.
PC games,
he was
which
so
means
close. Let's try this again.
You can still play games from the Xbox PC app and PC Game Pass, as well as stuff from Steam and other launchers, but not native console games. I mean, of course not. It's not a
Ooh.
It's not like a 360 console.
What?
It's a handheld console.
There it is.
Yeah, that's okay. I get why people get confused when you say console now.
There it is. Thank you. No, that's the best part of the video. At least he has the ability to be like, okay, I'm going to concede the point. He concedes the point, and he says, okay, I get why it's confusing. Okay, I get why it's confusing. He literally has to stop himself mid-sentence because he's about to say it's not a console. And it's like, you just got there. You're literally, this is why so many of us were saying, yo, you got to be real careful when Xbox markets something because they say something technically true and it leaves you with a false impression. Just 4 games. You know, we have no plans to put Game Pass on PlayStation, Nintendo. You can play games all across your Xbox library. And here we sit with he literally thinks he says it in the video. He's like, Xbox said that it would be able to do that. And it's like, no, they didn't. They're the masters. They are the masters at this. And that's literally why I made the video. And I just said, proceed with caution. If you're excited and adequately informed, Yeah, it's totally okay for you to be excited. If you're excited about things that aren't true, you need to see that that's a serious problem. Like, you're going to buy a device that you think can do something that it can't do. You don't see an issue with that? Seems like such a fumble to not be able to play Xbox games natively. Okay, so here's the thing. Long term, thank you, Ginger, for 46 months. Happy Tuesday. I appreciate that. Long term, that is their goal. Their goal, and this comes from Kepler, and this comes from Jez Corden. Their term long term, their goal long term, is for you to buy future hardware and just have all your stuff backwards compat. Okay? Like, that's their goal. But a goal is not even a promise. Like, they haven't even necessarily come out and said that, well, that's going to happen. They say they're committed to backwards compatibility. They've made commitments with AI for game preservation. Like, these are commitments from them. You have no idea when that's going to show up and how it will show up. It may never show up in the way that you're currently thinking. Maybe there's still elements that aren't backwards compat. Maybe there's parts of your library that aren't accessible. We don't know. Again, until we get there, you should not be out here acting as if this device is... Well, it might do that in the future. Okay, but no one sells something on a might. Yeah, buy this car. It might fly in the future. Buy my flying car. Like, what? Like, you wouldn't do that. You would be like, wait, does it fly right now? No, it might in the future, though. I mean, you never know. It's like, what? Our goal and aspiration is to have flying cars. Okay, great. But are you selling any of them now? I honestly think the biggest part of that video that is so important and is so insightful is when Destin says Xbox said that it would. Xbox said that it would. And it's like, no, they didn't. You're literally reading that article with headcanon that's false. You think, oh no, what's ever... And listen, rewind the video and you'll understand his fervor. Seriously. It contextualizes his fervor at the beginning of the video. His fervor is like, what's everybody's problem? This is a console. It's going to be able to play Xbox games. What's the big deal? You get to the end of the video and he was like, oh, now I understand why people are saying calling it a console or calling it an Xbox is confusing because it doesn't have the capabilities of an Xbox console. I do believe that's the goal they're working towards, says Ginger, and based on their commitment to back compat, it gives me some hope. Hope is great. I think their commitment to backwards compat sounds amazing. I think their commitments for game preservation with AI sounds promising. I'll use the word promising. I think that all sounds great. We're talking about the here and the now. We're talking about a device that's coming out this year that people are quite literally in the dark on. They've been completely misled about what it can do and what it's going to offer as far as capabilities go. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Caleb. Make sure the specs of the devices meet your needs. Right. So again, this is the conversation that shouldn't even be necessary. Instead of announcing the device and being like, hey, that's cool, Xbox is dipping their toes in the handheld market, they're going to have a handheld Windows 11 gaming device, and they're committed to making Windows 11 more lightweight, and they're trying to compete with SteamOS, and this device will mimic the capabilities of other handheld PC devices, but it's going to have a new version of Windows 11. It's going to have this Xbox app on it that'll help aggregate your library. Oh, okay, great. That all sounds awesome. That sounds like something that this consumer over here would like. But everybody else would be like, well, that doesn't really suit my needs. So, but again, that's not what's happening. Now we're having to have a conversation, essentially getting out a machete and hacking through the weeds of confusion. And like, I literally, like I said, I have people on my video where I advise caution, like just proceed with caution. They do this all the time. I have guys in my video demonstrating that they don't understand what the Asus Xbox ROG Ally X is capable of. They think it can play their library natively. This type of information and confusion tends to lead towards more frustration down the road for gamers who feel misled. That is exactly what I argued in my video, Ginger. I said this will backfire. It'll win you points now, and it'll give you things to talk about now on your podcasts and your Twitter feeds, but this will backfire. All you're going to do is irritate the consumer. I said yesterday many times, confusing the customer is one of the worst things you can do. Oh my gosh. Pork Pie with 21 members exactly over here on Purple. He says, let's get us on pace. That's 100. We needed that coming into today, and they just took the lead over here on Team Purple. It's 31-17. He says, let's get it going. I agree. Listen, we tried something new this morning. If you like this opening segment being more free flow, make sure you're here every day at 9 a.m. Eastern when the show starts. This was off topic. This was a retread of some of the things from yesterday, and that's totally fine because we are now going to get into the actual show and the discussion points. And I've got some news for you, and I've got some games for you, okay? So we are going to do this, and then I'll be adding timestamps for people later. To enable them to find this section of the video. So do me a favor if you're watching right now. I need you to hit the like button. I'm going to pause the automatic advertisements. I'm going to pause them, and we're going to go through the show open. So try to get me to 200 likes before I do the show open. That'll be very, very helpful, given that the title and the topic is about things that we have not been speaking about. I enjoyed the free flow nature of morning coffee. We just got to kind of do it again. And maybe we should react to more videos because that was fun. And I hope that nobody turns that into something that it was not. I felt like I was fair to Destin. I was charitable. I was not mean. Like, I actually appreciate again at the end of the video that he comes around to seeing, oh wow, I get now why people are saying that this is confusing. And a 20 bomb comes in from Pathalon Phoenix, and he says, oh no, you don't, Purple. It's 37-31, and we are now exactly a 5 bomb away from the next milestone. Currently, I owe YouTube 5 members, and I might owe you more. Whoever hits it gets it. If you make this hit 125, you get the gifted members for your platform. So whether it's YouTube or Purple, let's see it. It's up for grabs right now. I knew I could light a fuse over there. Yeah, Pork Pie says he knew he could motivate YouTube to step it up. Playing a PC version of a PlayStation game is not the same as playing a PlayStation game. Sony is actively choosing to let you play the game. That's why. And there it is. The 5 bomb comes in from Johnny Always for Team Purple. I now owe both platforms 5 members. And a 5 bomb from Broken Earth. Uh-oh. Now we're cooking. And now we're at 42-36, neck and neck. But what this does is it sets up another 20 bomb. You guys are each owed 5 members right now. But a 20 bomb will get us to the next milestone of 150. We'll see if anybody's got the stones to drop it. Pork Pie did a 21. Pathalon did a 20. Is anybody out there wanting to make us leapfrog to the next? We haven't even started the show yet. You guys are... Okay, great. Hang on. Sounds awesome. Okay. Keep up the great work as always. Thank you, Citizen JV. I'm just pausing the show open right now in case somebody goes crazy. I want to be able to shout it out if it happens. I'm just pausing in the wake. Thanks for the gifted sub. Yeah, if you guys got a gifted sub from somebody, make sure and say thank you to them. A gifted member or gifted sub. Check your resubs. Hit that $sign. Oh, the famous Lono moment. Yes, sorry, I got an email. My YouTube partner manager is continuing with me. So, in case of Mash Jr. Like button smashed. Yes, we're at 165 on the like count. Try to get us to 200 likes. We're getting ready to start the show with no break. We've eliminated that break now, so you guys get a more seamless show. I hope you're enjoying that. If you're listening to the audio version later, if that show opened, man, if you like that, make sure you're here for that. You can watch either on Purple or YouTube. And in both places, just look for Reforge Gaming. You don't need to add TV anymore. We're Reforge Gaming on every platform. I've not seen that, Teddy. No, I've not. Okay, All right, we're gonna give you guys another minute or so. If we don't see the 20 bombs come in, I'm gonna go into the show open. And make sure if you guys are seeing my uploads or my shorts in your feeds, make sure you're clicking on them and watching them. We got pretty beat up by the algo recently, and we're not too sure why, but we're hoping things can kind of turn around, because sometimes that happens on YouTube, and we are continuing to feel like you guys enjoy what we do here. So make sure and support all the things that we do. True SSJ Havoc with 32 months in the VIP. I got 32 months in this channel and found you through Sonic Frontiers of all things. I love this community you have fostered here, and I will always appreciate everyone. Thank you, Lona. Well, thank you, True SSJ Havoc, for bumping the line to 131. You just made, if somebody does it, you just made that 20 bomb in Agents of Chaos, and we'll see if anybody takes the bait. We got 30 seconds, and I'm going to start the show open. Sony lost their mind with PlayStation and Lisa. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, sometimes you have to wonder if a marketing deal like that, is that for a particular region of the world or for a particular market that they're trying to attract. Like, maybe, white European and American dudes are not the target. I don't know. I submitted a question. Go ahead and redact it. That's fine. All right, let me make sure I got this cropped properly. Okay. All right. Okay, here we go. We're gonna go into the show open. All right. So, let me give you guys the first one here. Oops. I'm scrolling past what I need. Joker Quinn, thank you so much for gifting a member, dude. One of the single gifting kings around here. Takes us to 132. Always bumping the line. Appreciate you so much. Okay. You guys ready? These get recorded and should show up as shorts in various places, but we'll use timestamps. We'll use timestamps later. That way, you guys can get all the information. All right, you ready? Well, if you're like me, you've not paid much attention to Ghost Recon in a while, which is kind of sad because it's one of my favorite games from back in the day. I actually remember playing Ghost Recon co-op with my brother on our PCs. I think this was during our college days, and the recent outings of the game have been sort of a generic open world experience that didn't really seem to have the distinct identity of the brand prior to this. Well, that's apparently going to change, and it could be arriving sooner than you think. According to Insider Gaming, the next mainline Ghost Recon game is actually codenamed OVR, and they're already doing, or getting ready to do, internal alpha later this year. Ghost Recon is also expected to launch sometime in 2026. This is according to Insider Gaming. They say, with sources indicating that internal alpha to final release could take around 12 months, so in theory, the next Ghost Recon could launch sometime in the fall of 2026. Now, if you're not a fan of the third-person open-world approach, this might interest you. Also, from the report, they say, quote, it's going to take a more military simulation approach with a first-person perspective and a focus on fictional name war. So, what do you think? Is this going to get you back in to the franchise? Is this exciting? Is this something that you wanted to see them do? You can always leave a comment below. Make sure you're here for the live shows later on. Now, that's not the only thing that we heard news about with, like, things up and coming. So, you're probably wondering, when are we going to hear from Halo Studios? And just exactly what are they working on? Well, apparently, we're going to hear something later this year. And they're working on more than one project. Recent remarks in an official blog post said that speculation's always fun, but if you want the official scoop on what Halo Studios has been working on, you won't want to miss this year's Halo World Championship. We really hope that you'll join us in Seattle this October. And that's not all they said. Earlier in the blog, they said, quote, over the past few weeks, there's been a fair amount of speculation about when and where more details might emerge about any of the multiple projects Halo Studios is actively working on. This seems to indicate, this is just me speculating here, that they're working on more than one project. I mean, they seem to indicate that. This could be related to the next mainline Halo that we know they're building, but also the rumored Halo Combat Evolved remaster or remake. So maybe we get an announcement or a confirmation of that actually this year, which also begs the question, when are they going to confirm the first piece of Halo property coming over to PlayStation? You can let me know what you think about this in the comments below, or make sure you are here for those live stream discussions where we break all of this down. We also have new information about Borderlands 4 and the seamless world. And what's that going to be like? Well, they sat down with Game Informer, and according to the interview, that seamless open world actually affected how they designed enemies as well as side content. They said that the open world posed challenges. You can increase the enemy counts, but then you can see a lot more of the enemies, so they need to be moving around more. There needs to be more activity. This also allows them to have more biome and world diversity, which doesn't just serve for higher quantities of enemies and more diverse environments, it's also serving the side content. In the seamless open world, there will be missions that just sort of happen when you come upon them. This should give the game a more living feeling, even when you're mainlining some quests or doing some side missions. They said that it gives it a more emotional roller coaster experience, a lot of more of those ups and downs that feel more dynamic, and ultimately makes the game more fun. Now, again, I don't know about you guys, but the more I hear about Borderlands 4, the more excited I get, and yet the response has not been great. I did a poll on this channel, and 70% of you said you're not interested. Well, let me know in the comments below why. Why are you not interested in this, or why are you interested in this? You can always come discuss this in a live stream as well. And as always, you guys know I like to put a game on your wish list or your radar. And if this game's not on your wish list or radar, I definitely think that it should be, and it's not that far away. Wuchang Fallen Feathers is coming to Xbox Series consoles, PS5, and PC on July 24th. And the combat and the art style, I think, looks fantastic. If you like frenetic fights and a good amount of challenge, then this game is definitely one to put on your wish list for 2025, especially since it's coming so soon. It originally debuted with a trailer that was criticized. People were saying that some of the animations were ripped directly from Dark Souls, and then when they re-debuted recently, it is definitely having its own feel, its own art style, and its own vibe. My only concern is that the combat has a lot of particle effects, a lot of smoke, a lot of flashes, a lot of visual distortion. This can cause a lot of visual pollution, making it hard to see enemy telegraphs, making it hard to kind of, see what's going on. It also can hinder performance. We've seen this happen in other games. So games like this, you need that pristine, smooth frames per second experience, but you also need to be able to see what the enemy's doing so you can respond. So we're going to check it out day one. Hopefully my concerns are not a problem and the game is a really enjoyable one. It's one of the ones that a lot of people are anticipating. If not, make sure and add it to your list and radar. And that is essentially the show open, but now sort of in a different way. So we sort of open the show with like an hour or so of just kind of shooting the bull and mimicking what we used to do in morning coffee. So I appreciate you guys so much. We're well on our way, on pace. We want to hit 200 at the end of today, and you guys got us a lot closer. And over there on YouTube, make sure you're smashing the like button. So 2 reasons I don't like Borderlands. I never cared for the gameplay or the world. I don't support anything that Randy Pitchford is attached to. Yeah, I don't make decisions based off of like CEOs of companies unless there's like genuine, authentic reasons to do so. I know a lot of people don't like him, and I get it. But yeah, I don't have near the issues with him that others do. So I'm hyped for it. I'll be playing it on my Pro when it drops. I'm not interested at 60 or 70, but I'll get it at some point. Let's be real, the last 2 Borderlands have been a major letdown. It ain't hard to tell. I think what you guys are saying actually puts the game in a prime position to do very well. Right? Like, it can only, at this point, it can only impress or be a comeback or be better. Does that make sense? Like, if they were sort of cranking out games that were more in the like, yeah, they're fine, then maybe it wouldn't be as a chance for a comeback. Like, this is a chance for them to be like, oh no, Borderlands is back, which may stoke interest. I don't know. Is there any handheld you find interesting? No, not really. I didn't buy a Switch 2 for the handheld purposes. I bought it because I love Nintendo. I don't like their business practices, but I love their games. I played Mario Kart with my family a bunch. We played Mario Party a bunch. I even played a little Tears of the Kingdom the other night because I just didn't have time to boot up Death Stranding. The PlayStation was in the office, and I was like, I've only got like 45 minutes. So I just did a little Tears of the Kingdom. And, yeah. But the handhelds just don't interest me. They don't meet a need. If I was traveling a lot, even now I don't know if I would buy one. The Switch 2 does totally fine. Now, I know people have been very critical of the screen on that. It doesn't bother me. I don't know. Maybe it's particular games, but when I was playing Tears of the Kingdom on the screen, I felt like it was fine. It wasn't obviously my first choice. My first choice would be able to, have it on the TV, but if I'm on an airplane or something, the portal's no good to me on an airplane. So I would take the Switch 2 with me if I was traveling a lot again. I might take the Portal as well, on the off chance I'm in a a hotel with really good internet. Yo, what's good, Haseo? I haven't pre-ordered a game in forever. They have to be special, or from a franchise I can trust. Can't wait to get the new PlayStation handheld. It'll be my first handheld since the Game Boy. In the realm of handhelds, the PlayStation handheld's got a lot to prove, or I'll think the same thing. I'll be like just like the MetaQuest 3 and the Portal, I'll probably buy it to test it out. I don't have a reason to buy the Asus ROG because I feel like that's more in like a tech-centric channel thing. That's not really adjacent to what I do here. Also, the Portal met needs. Like, I was able to use it numerous times when gaming with the kiddos and even gaming with Madam, and it was extremely helpful. Did PlayStation announce a handheld? Well, there is so much smoke and fire around it, people are just sort of assuming that it's a real thing and then it'll happen. Yeah. Let me go ahead and do that. PlayStation Portal is a phenomenal device. I used it quite a bit when I was in Florida earlier this year, and the more they add to that cloud list of games that you can cloud stream, the better, because there are just times where that's more convenient than ensuring that my PC is on. I'm not my PC, I'm sorry, my PlayStation is on at home, Has anyone noticed the Xbox VR headset has been mute since released? It was also shadow dropped. I've not seen much about it other than I think I saw an article from Windows Central that was critical of it, like that they felt like they should have partnered with somebody else. It doesn't. I'll be honest, the black is very cool and the controller is very nice. The controller that it comes with is super nice. Like, Xbox controllers still have a little bit of a pull with me. They were it was my favorite controller for the longest time. Whenever I played on my PS4, I would use a Cronus just so I played Spider-Man and God of War 2018 with an Xbox controller. Because I did not like the PS4 controller. But yeah, that the MetaQuest Xbox with the controller alone was very nice. And I love the black. I don't know why VR is always white. But other than it looking cool, I'm not sure what the draw is. I mean, has anybody felt the itch to get it? Has anybody seen a video that convinced you in one direction to get it or not? The Xbox Meta VR can't even play Skyrim VR. This should have been in Game Pass day one. What's the point of it? The DualSense was a massive upgrade. Yeah, because I would have been in bad shape this gen if I had to use a controller like that again. The DualSense is so much more comfortable than the PS4 controller. It's just branding. It's a limited edition. Wait, it's a limited edition? So, I mean, I guess that increases the value, sort of. It just plays xCloud. Wait. I'm hang on, FCAT. As in, you're saying they've added that so it can do all the rest of the stuff that a MetaQuest can do, and then they throw in xCloud? I don't have access to xCloud on my MetaQuest 3 right now. I can't. I can access that, can I not? I just assumed you'd be able to. Do you have the Doom controller? No, I do not. It's always been there? Yeah, that's not like a new thing, is it? You can. Yeah, I don't understand it comes with the controller in Game Pass. Okay. Man, that's a weird one. That's a weird one, boys. It's like, I just wonder if the VR headset and then the ROG Ally are like exactly the first salvo of like, we're letting other people, we're just gonna slap our name on stuff now. Like, they're just, Satya Nadella's in the driver's seat, and he's like, we are just doing software, boys, and publishing. We don't want to do all this anymore. Oh, the controller is a limited edition. Oh, The controller is really, really nice. I really liked it. I thought it looked very slick. I loved the green highlights on it, like underneath the joysticks and stuff. They may as well put out an Xbox labeled Fire Stick. Yeah, I mean, well, in this realm, gaming news is very dry, boys. I know. I know. But Halo is in the headline, so let's at least attempt here to talk about this. Let's try to talk about the subjects of the title. You know, there goes Reforge again, not talking about the topic and talking about Xbox. It's like I can't control what chat brings up, but Halo's in the topic. Okay. Yeah, Hilly in all caps Halo. That's right. Can we get 10 more likes on YouTube? You guys are crushing it. We're almost at 200. All right. So Halo. Multiple projects. You know, Halo Studios indicates on this blog post that they're working on multiple projects, and then we're going to hear about what they've been working on at HCS this year. So, do you think this is when we get confirmation on this Halo Combat Evolved remaster or remake? I'm not sure which it is. I'm hoping for a remake. That's what I'm hoping for. I think once a game is that old, it makes more sense to remake it. I'd love to see Mighty Keith make a sketch about Xbox adding their name to existing stuff. Oh, he totally could. I am Mighty Keith. And he's like in a boardroom meeting and he's like, I have a brilliant idea. Why don't we just slap an Xbox sticker on it? This is an Xbox. This is an Xbox. He hits somebody, a sticker on their forehead. You're an Xbox. Like, he could totally pull it off. But won't that just confuse everybody as to what an Xbox is? That's the point. Like, come on, Keith, ship it. What will be the point of a Combat Evolved remake? I mean, it's a classic. I also think it would serve similar purposes that Gears Reloaded is serving. So, you introduce the audience to the franchise with what many would consider that to be like the one to introduce. Now, people might debate and say, no, Halo 2 would be better, but that would be a little bit out of order, right? It'd be a little strange. So, like, this is just my own kind of theory as to what's going on. Gears Combat Evolved, Gears Reloaded, that would be a fun game, wouldn't it? Gears Reloaded, Halo Combat Evolved, these would be sort of like appetizers. Hey, PlayStation audience, check out this franchise. Isn't it cool? And you're like, yeah, it actually is pretty cool. I've continued to argue that I think Gears will do better long term on PlayStation than Halo, unless Halo completely, changes how it flows and how it plays. I think the look and the feel of a Gears of War game will vibe more with the PlayStation audience. That's just a prediction that I've made. That could end up being wrong, but my gut instinct is that the PlayStation audience is really going to vibe with Gears. Like Gears of War ED, I think is going to do quite well on the PlayStation platform as far as like sales and engagement goes. But these are just appetizers. So Gears Reloaded is going to hit, and everyone's going to be like, this is awesome, this is dope, I can't believe I never played this, blah, 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 blah. You're going to hear people say things like this. Like, we can see why this is a classic. A Halo Combat Evolved could serve the exact same purpose. Play the classic reimagined in Unreal 5. And then they show the trailer, and it looks awesome and cool and modernized, and you get people to play it. So then, hold on to your hats here, boys. Then when Halo officially launches its brand new mainline game as a multi-plat offering, the PlayStation audience is already receptive to the idea, the brand, Master Chief, the iconography, all of it. They're like, oh yeah, I played that Combat Evolved. That was kind of fun. I played. I don't know if Combat Evolved is going to have the same pull as Gears Reloaded, because I think Gears just has a feel to it that the PlayStation audience will be they'll find more enjoyable. Hilly says, I just want a full remake of Combat Evolved with a free remaster as well, plus Halo Wars 3 and a new game with other Spartans like Reach, a full remake of Reach, and maybe a new title following on from Infinite. I think they make some smaller games off the books to have them be DLC of a new massive relaunch. That's a lot, Hilly. Well, Microsoft to reinvest like $1 trillion in the IP. You're probably not going to get your way, Hilberg. I hate to break your heart. I wonder how the rollout of Gears would be on PlayStation. Like, do they do Gears 2? Yeah, that's the other question, Ginger. Like, did they do Gears Reloaded as an appetizer for E-Day, or did they do it as like the beginning of, hey, we're going to bring everything over if it goes well enough, right? Part of me thinks it's a both and. It's like it's both an appetizer for E-Day and it's potentially the beginning of them bringing everything over as far as like going back and doing Gears 2 and the rest. Because remakes and remasters are, I mean, good golly, they make an awful lot of money. You know, they make an awful lot of money for not as like high amounts of revenue. Like it's like easy money profit. It's like the efforts to make it contrasted against or sort of pitted against what it costs to make is just, it's just easy. I just wouldn't surprise me at all. You think they go Gears E-Day, they go Gears, then they go E-Day, then they go Gears 2. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're just fostering a new fan base for Gears over there. If anything, that really sets them up to do whatever it is they want to do with Gears after E-Day. Broken Earth with a $5 super chat. I act like I'm confused about Combat Evolved Remake, but I bought the Oblivion Remaster immediately, so maybe ignore me. Listen, and this is why I think a lot of people were sort of misunderstanding like why PlayStation was doing remakes and remasters of like Horizon Zero Dawn, The Last of Us, Days Gone. They're like, why in the world would you do this? It's like, it's cheap. There are lots of new customers that didn't play the games. You know, PlayStation has all these new people in the PlayStation 5 ecosystem that never played Days Gone or Horizon Zero Dawn, and they never played The Last of Us, right? You can take the exact same approach with something like Gears of War Reloaded. It's like, it's very cheap to make in comparison to building an entirely new IP and new game. It's far less risky because of that. You've got immediate recognition of the IP, like instantly. It's a recognizable IP. So it makes sense why you would do it. And I think people are going to start to realize like, oh, this is kind of harmless because the project itself is not that costly. It potentially increases funding for the franchise, the developers attached, you know, and grows a potential audience for it. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. Like, even if you really, really do not like, let's say you really don't like Gears of War, it's still a good thing to see a Gears of War piece of property well treated with a good remaster or remake, sold, make money, and then the coalition, the brand and Gears and all that is reestablished as like, hey, it's worth investing in this game in this studio. Even if you don't like Gears, that's good for the industry. You want to see studios propped up and do well for a good product, right? It's not like they're delivering a bad product. They're just maybe delivering a product that doesn't interest you. Like maybe you'd think remakes and remasters are a total waste. As long as it's a good product, then it doesn't really matter. Because then the people that purchase the product are having a good time and they're satisfied. And then maybe they buy future, you know, Gears stuff. So I don't think, you know, remakes and remasters are quite the devil that people have made them out to be. Remakes have really, Resident Evil remakes really turned me on to that IP as well. Yeah, that's another example of what I would say has been, you know, a good use of remake and remaster dollars. You know, I would argue that the animosity towards remakes and remasters, it feels a little unnecessary, you know? There's years between the games. What, oh, do you mean between when they deliver them? Days Gone 2? Yeah, I wonder if Days Gone 2 is just going to live beneath the rubble heap of PlayStation's bad ideas about live service, you know? PlayStation literally thought you could just give money to like a single player studio and say, yeah, build a live service game. And it's like going to people who understand how to build really, really nice houses and being like, would you guys want to build a skyscraper? We can give you the money to do it. And it's like, well, sure, we'll take a crack at building a skyscraper. We've built houses after all. Like, the difference between building like really good single player games and building a live service game, it's the difference between building a house and a skyscraper. Like, they're the same, but not at all. To be fair, the issue of Sony remakes is that they're remaking games that are not that old and are already good looking. But again, you've got to remember the reason that they're doing it is not because of the time past. It's because of the money it costs to do it versus the number of people who have never played those games in their ecosystem. It's literally looking at their consumer base and saying, we have somewhere between 20 to 30% of the PlayStation 5 user base that's never touched these franchises because they're new. Well, why don't we give them a next-gen version of the game to grow that library? Digital library growth, digital library establishment is a huge, huge priority for these companies. And I think that's one of the reasons why you're going to see a pretty significant shift of, maybe not a shift, it's going to be really, really hard to maintain a lot of the dialogue about how like exclusives are bad or exclusives are going away when you watch PlayStation and Nintendo continue to do it and do it well. Because, I mean, you're not going to be able to argue with like a mainline Mario, Zelda, or even this Donkey Kong game selling incredibly well and being like, yeah, but, exclusives are going away. The future is multi-platform. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think you're going to see a reestablishment of those priorities from both Nintendo and PlayStation. I think multi-plats have their place, but I don't think you're going to see the exodus of exclusives. I think the industry has always been a mixture of third-party, multi-plats, and exclusives. I believe that trend is just going to continue. I don't believe it's trending in a different direction. Because the property and the success of like stuff on Switch 1 is going to flow right into Switch 2. You're seeing that the Switch 2 already is kind of destroying the notion that, was that tilting for anybody that my sleeve was curled up? Can you have a conversation with somebody when that's going on? Like if you were standing in front of me and my sleeve was like that, are you able to bear that? I can't. I would literally reach out and be like, hey, your sleeve's a little, hey bud, just helping you out. Like when someone's collar's not right, I can't do it. I'm like, bro, you got to fix that. Whole beginning of the show is ruined. We've got to start over. Are you guys ready? Here we go. Gaming news today is all about second chances. I'm restarting my entire live show after an hour and 50 minutes because my sleeve was curled up a little bit. If you like this kind of content, remember to hit like, share, and subscribe. And, tell me when my sleeve's messed up. It's been bugging me, but I didn't want to reveal my OCD. It's bugging me that it was like that. And none of you said anything. None of you said anything. Yo, what's good, Laney? 25 months from my boy Laney. It's now 37-44. Where's the fight, by the way? Here, I got an idea. I'm going to stoke the fires. I owe each platform 5 members, and I'm going to pay up right now. Hey, by the way, Purple, I can give you guys those discounts every now and again. Let me know when you want them. If there's a bunch of you that are going to rally, I can discount subs for like an hour or two. Now your stream's unwatchable. Yeah, the whole freaking thing is ruined. We got to delete the past broadcasts and everything. It's an utter disaster. This is worse than being canceled. I'm just kidding. There's not a whole lot worse than that. All right, let's do this. 5 to each platform. All right, boys. Let's get it going. There you go. I owe each platform 5. My man Ganks is going to jump in with 51 months in a VIP. My monthly contribution to Red. He says, here, peasants. And there it is, 45 to 37. And we are at 134 on the week. Thank you so much. Your glasses are crooked? No, they're not. I was listening with my screen off. It's okay. I forgive you. I had a professor give an entire lecture with his fly down and no one said anything. He chewed us out next time. Yeah, it's more embarrassing for them to not be told than to be told. Always trust that. Always trust in that. They're more embarrassed by the elongation. It's a poor choice of words given the example of the professor with his fly down, but they're more embarrassed by the elongation of it than just being told, hey man, you have something in your teeth. Just tell me. I'll take care of it. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I would have walked around all day like that. I would have taken a point off everybody's final grade. I would have. I would have been a boldness tax. You all lack the boldness and the courage to tell me that the barn door is open. So you all have lost a final point on your grade. Sorry. I would be a great college professor. You know what I mean? Okay. My old man eyes, dude. You get these emails where the font's small for some reason. I'm like, huh? It's not my job to point out other people's inability to get dressed. That's good, Hilly. That's good. Guys, thanks for 200 likes over here on YouTube. And we might have some questions submitted. Let's see. If you guys want to ask some questions, and Citizen JV did it. He's already got his answer, but I'm just going to kind of showcase what you can do. On both YouTube and Purple, you can do exclamation point question, and you can submit a question. And I can display it right here. This is for members only. So click the join button on YouTube and pick Member Plus, and over there on Purple, use your primes or sub. It supports me directly. I greatly appreciate it. Today I have been pausing and suspending the thing that can happen on YouTube that you guys don't like, and I pause or suspend that because you guys are the real support of the show, not that. And I don't like that disrupting the show too often. What had Ben Studio done after Days Gone? Correct if I'm wrong. Okay, so Sony didn't shut down the sequel. No. Ben internally rejected their sequel pitch. Like Ben leadership executives, whoever, like the higher ups, whatever you want to call them, they rejected the sequel pitch, and PlayStation said we're increasing funding for live service games. And Ben pitched a live service game and got approved. And so they were working on a live service game up until, when was it that they got canceled? Was it late last year? I don't even remember when this happened. They were working on a live service game that was canceled. Blue Point was working on a live service game that was canceled. Thank you so much for using your Prime over here on Purple. Hawk 71, not Hawk Tua, just Hawk. Unfortunate for anybody with a name close to that these days. It's 45-38 in the member battle over here. You can see right here, you can represent your platform by gifting or re-upping. Instead of remakes, I would rather have a greatest hits label for PlayStation to re-release those games at a discount rate of 40 instead of remakes for 70. But I'm confused. Elohim, your question needs to be exclamation point question without that space, but I'll answer your question anyway. Is the rumor about Concord coming back is this rumor about Concord coming back I think he messed up there, not from official sources but other YouTube personalities? I don't see how you could possibly bring Concord back. I don't know what you would do with it. It would be funny. It would you people could make YouTube videos that would go crazy for about 48 hours, and then that would be the end of it. Like I don't know how on earth would you do anything with that piece of property? It is a meme. It's a blemish. It is quite literally one of the biggest gaming flops we have ever seen. I don't know what you would do with it. I think it's only going to be potentially outdone by Marathon. Because Marathon is going to be like watching a slow motion car crash. I mean, they're just going to slowly drive that car off a cliff. You know what I mean? Like that game is just slowly rolling toward a cliff, and they're like, but we just put a new coat of paint on it, and we put a little bit of wax on there. We filled up the air. We filled the tires up with some air. It's still not going to make it. The rumor started to go around after a dev build of the game was leaked weeks ago. So a dev build of Concord leaked, and rumors started to surface about they're going to bring it back. Yo, what's good, John Lepkowski? I'm not quite sure I understand. What in the world would you do with it? We even used our own paint. That's right. Don't make it multiplayer. Drop the Guardian of the Galaxy stick in the first step. Concord's not coming back, and Marathon's going to be buried in the same deep, dark grave. A $5 super chat comes in from Mark Anthony. He says, give me 1 second here. Hey, Lono, I played all the Ghost of Recon and enjoyed the third person, but if the direction of the new Ghost Recon is first person, I would have to pass. I actually don't care one direction or the other, third versus first. I just want them to go in the direction away from like the generic open world stuff and have it be more like design really cool missions with really cool decisions and timing of breaches and stuff. Like go back to I remember playing Ghost Recon with my brother and loving it. That was a long time ago. I think we played Ghost Recon 2 together, I think is what it was. That thing isn't working for me because it instantly puts the space. Yeah, exclamation point question. You could try, hang on 1 second. Try exclamation point Q instead. See if that doesn't work. Don't type out question, just do exclamation point Q. See if that doesn't resolve your issue. Spider Senseless says, do you think the Master Chief Collection will come to PlayStation before or after the Combat Evolved remake? Or maybe it's a deal, a $100 edition to release with it, but also seeing the remaking that too. I would say that they're wanting to use Combat Evolved in the same way that it seems they're using Gears of War Reloaded. And what you're essentially doing is as I've said, it's like your opening shot, your appetizer, as it were. And I don't know if the Master Chief Collection ever... I don't know if it ever makes the jump. If it does, I don't know if it would be before Combat Evolved. It feels like, again, it's an easier value proposition to a potential new fan or new customer to say, here's Gears of War Reloaded, right? What the classic, the original, this is it, remastered, blah, blah, blah. Here's Halo Combat Evolved Remake. I feel like that's a very, very clear value prop to somebody who is considering or new or, wanting to just sort of dip their toes in. The Master Chief Collection is a lot. Like, to suddenly just hand to a non-fan. Like, as a non-fan, are you really going to be compelled by the Master Chief Collection? Like, literally all of the games. Like, it seems like that's more crafted for fans of the franchise, and you want to get somebody to sort of become a new potential fan. And so I think what they did with Reloaded is probably going to be the standard operating procedure going forward. You bring one game and say, hey, check it out, because then you can really drill down on all of the value that you've put into it and all of the things that you've done. You can say, hey, we remastered this or remade this or rebuilt this, things of that nature. So there you go. Exclamation point Q worked for you. Elohim says, I see the same situation happening with Marathon that happens to Concord. This isn't really a question. All that work to not submit a question. You truly are an intellectual giant of our time. Thank you. You see the same situation happening with Marathon happening with Concord. Yeah, no, and I don't disagree with you. I mean, I think I said a little bit ago that I think the only game that could potentially outdo, Concord's flop is what's happening with Marathon. Just the refusal to admit defeat. You built something that will not work and will not survive. Admit defeat. Just kill the thing. Because, okay, somebody put in chat that, they said, Paul Tassie's reporting that it's improving or whatever. Okay. Well, let's just look at the bullet point list of things that they've improved, right? Ain't my fault you think Black Myth Wukong is hard? Huh? Are you talking to me? What? So the bullet point list of things that have improved, they added a rifle. You can do things with the black market that you couldn't before. They've added a medic. Revive timers are longer. From where I sit, they read like quality of life patch notes for a game that people want to play. And that's the fatal mistake that they're making, is that the vast majority of people don't want to play the game. There were some PlayStation town halls recently, and they indicated that the game lacked the fundamentals of a fun game. Okay? So let me ask you something. If a game lacks the fundamentals of being a fun game, do you think quality of life improvements to like revive timers, adding a medic class, adding a rifle, the visual fidelity has been improved, is that going to change the fundamentals? It would be like somebody coming to you and saying, yes, the way this house was built, the framework and the foundation of the home are fundamentally flawed. Okay, great. The contractor told me they're going to be adding some really, really nice curtains, and there's this new electrical grid technology they're going to be adding to the home that just is really going to make the game, the house more energy efficient. You'd be like, I'm sorry, did you hear what I said? The foundation and the framework of the home is flawed. And you're going to do what now? Like, that's what people, that's what this is to me. It's like, if the game lacks the fundamentals of a fun game, the changes we're hearing, it's like, okay, what's that going to do? Yo, DK Bager gifts a member. Raphael McCoy gifts a member. We got a couple single gifteds coming in. It's at 137. Thank you so much. As we inch a little bit closer to being on pace for the week, thank you so much. If you guys get a gift, remember, make sure and thank the people that do it. And Cool Spoon says over here, people are asking about Master Chief Collection coming to PlayStation, don't realize what state the game is now on Xbox and PC. It never got full crossplay. Only Halo 3 ODST campaigns have it. There are still lots of issues that they have not been updating the game for a good while now. I think the Halo Combat Evolved remake will come to PlayStation, but I don't see how they get the Master Chief Collection over there with all of its issues. I was not aware of all those issues. I appreciate the info. Yeah, my gut said MCC's not coming unless they do it way later. You seem to be in support of that with actual data. Eric the Beard says, we haven't even seen the full game. The changes are targeting the biggest negative feedback. Okay, hang on one second, Eric. Let's stop before we go right off of the road and have just a completely pointless passing in the night discussion. You might have missed this, so I'm going to restate it. There were some Sony town halls recently, and internally they said that the game was sound technically and had good shooting mechanics, but it wasn't a fun game. They went on to say that it lacked the fundamentals of a fun game. This is the company that owns Bungie saying this internally. So the whole we've not seen the full game yet, I'm just going to tell you straight up, If that's all it was going to take to convince people that the game was good and that the game was going to crush, they would have just shown us the rest of the game. You know what I mean? Mr. G with a $5 super chat. Gaming will correct itself when it caters to... Okay. Thank you for the $5 super chat tip. I don't really feel like reading obvious baits today. I'm going to be real with you. I don't need to see the full game. I've seen enough of the game. Sony PlayStation in-house says it's lacking the fundamentals of a fun game, and Bungie stole the entire art direction of the game. If you're responding to me, I can't hear it. I got to watch my ads. Tell me, when do I know when you can hear me? You're going to have to let me know when you can hear me. I'll restate what I said, and then I'll also tell you that if you sub to my channel, you'll never see an ad. Use your Prime or you're back. Okay, so use your Prime or $5 a month if you come here on a regular, and you'll never see an ad. Like, I turn those off for my subs. You shouldn't have seen any anyway. I have 59 minutes of pre-roll being turned off. I run that many ads. Maybe you were here already and you got hit with a mid-roll. Another great reason to be a sub. Okay. My response to you, Eric, was there were internal Sony town halls where they said that the game lacks the fundamentals of a fun game. And it's my contention that is a significant and scathing piece of feedback that quality of life will not rectify. I also said if all they had to do was show us the full game to change the narrative, they would have done that. I don't think there is anything significant behind the curtain for them to unveil to change the narrative or feeling about that game. Wasn't that fair games? No. No, sir. They were internally discussing their live service efforts. Marathon came up and they said they're pressing forward because it's technically sound and the shooting feels good, but that it lacks the fundamentals of a fun game. That's pretty big. And thank you, Ganks, for gifting a sub to him. So now he has a month of not having to worry about ads. Thank you very much. I can't do that for you guys over here on YouTube, but if you click join and pick member plus, you get into the daily green room segment where we plan the content. I agree, Lono. If they don't show the game, then they have no confidence in it. It's obvious by the way they treated it. Let's just go back and really rethink it, Eric. I mean, I've talked about this a handful of times. They did a showcase for an alpha. I paused for dramatic effect there. Really think about that. Just marinate in the audacity of you're going to get everybody's attention to do a showcase for an alpha. In the year of our Lord 2025, when the game is launching. What? This is Bungie, the makers of Halo and Destiny, and 6 years of internal dev, feedback, playtesting events with content creators. And they're like, all right, everybody, we're prepared to show you what we've been working on. Hold on to your hats. It's a minimum viable product in the state of an alpha. All right. That on paper doesn't even need much commentary. I agree it's not great at the moment, but hopeful changes will help. I appreciate the sense of hopefulness and positivity about it, but I have a very hard time looking past everything that is just a red flag the size of Mount Everest. It's like there's just so much about this that to me is... all signs point to DOA. Just DOA. I just don't see it. I'm surprised they're pushing forward with it, to be quite honest with you. I predicted a delay that would turn into an indefinite delay, which would turn into a quiet cancellation. So, No chicken dinner in that game. No, none. Guys, thank you so much for 223 likes. I appreciate it so much. You're crushing over here on YouTube. Thanks for all the people that are tuning in today as well on both platforms. If you've not been seeing my content, YouTube did something. And we've noticed a significant downtick in returning subs. Like people, we've been through this before. So make sure your notification bell is set to all. Sometimes it gets switched to personalized. If I'm ever not on your homepage, check your subscriber feed. I will always be there. I'm doing live streams and uploads pretty much every day, Monday through Friday, and even sometimes uploads on the weekend. Also, consider getting into our Discord. So that way you don't miss out on the content and the little pingerings and chingerings whenever I go live. Maybe it's more server-side, content-wise alpha, not unstable alpha. Yeah, when I say alpha, I don't mean to say it's a buggy, glitchy mess. I'm saying it is bare bones. It's like there's barely anything there. Biggest bone to pick with Sony right now is having Ben Sodia work on a game of service instead of Legend of Dragoon while we watch Claire Obscure blow up. Well, my biggest criticism of PlayStation with how they handled live service is, yes, credit where credit is due. They didn't force anybody to build live service. They increased funding and studios pitched them. Oh, you meant Blue Point. Okay, I was like Bend and Legend of Dragoon. What are you talking about? But that's why I was going a different route with my criticism. My criticism is that, okay, fine, credit where credit's due. You didn't force anybody to build live service games. Okay, good. That would be stupid. You should have thought long and hard about having single-player studios suddenly attempt to build a live service game. As we saw clear evidence with Redfall and the autopsy that was done on Redfall, it all falls on ZeniMax. So ZeniMax parent company's like, we want multiplayer. And they go to a single-player studio and they're like, make a multiplayer game. And they're like, we don't even really want to. We don't really know how to. And they attempt to anyway. So seeing that reality, I think, should have been a signal to Sony that they were making a mistake. Like, you shouldn't have a single-player studio. Let's just take a crack at one of the most difficult games to make right now. There is a graveyard of live service games out there. Yeah, let's just let them take a crack at it. That's a bonehead move. Thankfully, they seemingly have course-corrected from that. They have canceled Blue Point's live service and Ben's live service. And the next big live service game from them appears to be Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls, and they partnered with the company Arc Systems, and that's what they do. That's what they build. They build games like that. They build fighting games. And ongoing fighting games have a massive amount of potential to be successful live service endeavors, and monetization of a Marvel game is like printing money. So, and what they did with Helldivers 2, I think also is a loud and clear signal. Go to a company that's familiar with making this type of game and let them do it. Partner with them and then publish it. So what they need to do is, I think, they need to cancel Fair Games, because I think Fair Games sounds like an absolute and utter disaster. It's going to look like trend chase slop when it comes out, and no one's going to frickin' want to play it. I think they need to cancel Marathon. Sadly, PlayStation doesn't have the power to cancel Marathon, it seems. It is being published by Bungie. Bungie is still operating independently for now, so they can't cancel Marathon. And they need to start seeking out better relationships for live service. Like, you guys had a decently scrappy live service game. Let's publish your sequel on our platform and PC, right? That would be my recommendation, based on what we've seen with Helldivers 2 and even just the reception alone from the Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls announcement. You can see that that's a far better path. Let your single-player studios just be excellent at what they are excellent at. Like, imagine the fury you would hear from me if they would have had Housemarque doing the same thing. And then we had to sit around and wait another couple of years or more to get something from Housemarque. Like, Housemarque is building the spiritual sequel to Returnal in Soros, and I couldn't be happier. I'm thrilled that that's happening. I'm not as big of a fan as Days Gone as I am of Returnal. And I'm still frustrated that they did that with Bend. Like, what an absolute waste of time to have Bend spin their wheels on a live service game that fundamentally doesn't even see the light of day, and now they're kind of starting over. Naughty Dog self-inflicted that wound on themselves with their decision to rip factions out of Last of Us Part 2 and try to build Last of Us Online, and then they get schooled by Bungie on how they're not prepared to support a game like that. Which really begs the question. What kind of balls does Bungie have thinking they can launch Marathon? I want you to really think about that. They essentially told Naughty Dog, in order to support this game, in order to support a live service game, you need all hands on deck in the studio. Naughty Dog concludes that that's a bad idea. They're like, well, we want to make games like Intergalactic. We want to make single-player games. We are not going to move forward with The Last of Us Online. And Bungie's like, well, you know what? We're Bungie after all. We're going to ship Marathon, and we have roughly, 200 to 300 people working on it and supporting it. We can do it, but you can't. It really, really calls into question what's really happening behind the scenes with Marathon. Like, has this game been sort of known and seen to be a failure from moment one? Does the leadership even care? Do you see where I'm coming at? It's like you've internally concluded that this studio over here didn't have the bandwidth to support their live service game, but you seemingly can support Marathon without the full studio's support? Okay. Unless they know that they're not going to have to support it because they know it's a lame duck. So one of two things is true, and they're both terrible. Either they have the hubris to think that they can launch a live service game and not support it with the full studio, or they're knowingly releasing a lame duck product. Either scenario is pretty dadgum bad. So you're either completely drunk on your own Kool-Aid and you guys think you can spit out Marathon and not support it with the whole studio after you just got done telling Naughty Dog that they can't do it. They can't launch factions and support it without the full studio's strength. So you either think that you can pull it off with your game, or you know this thing's a lame duck and you know you're not going to have to support it. I'll say it again. They just want to get Marathon out the door, and then the leadership's going to bail. I think that's the likely outcome here. Lame duck product's been my assumption for the past 6 months. Even though I would argue Digital Extremes and Warframe have done it better from the ground up with no pre-installed fan base. I think Digital Extremes deserves credit where credit is due, but I think the market makes things clear, I think, with time. And the market's made it very clear that Warframe is just not a main stage mainline game. It's a very respectable game. It's done very well. The fan base evangelizes for the game, sometimes rather obnoxiously. I don't know why you guys play this. You should just play Warframe. We would if we liked it. I'm sorry to that fan base, okay? You guys just come off a little strong sometimes, okay? I get that you like your game, but, a lot of us have tried it or seen it, and it just doesn't compel us to return. And that's okay. Okay? That's okay. That's fine. Bungie's not trying to also make multiple single-player games as well. Naughty Dog was absolutely going to spread themselves too thin with multiplayer, single-player, and factions online. Ahoy, Tyler. Allow me to retort. You don't think that Bungie supporting Marathon while also supporting Destiny, while also spinning up multiple incubation projects, you don't think that's equal? I believe what you're saying is woefully lacking information. Like, Bungie literally says in a blog post, they spun up too many incubation projects, spread themselves too thin. It hurt their main product, which was Destiny, and it drove the company into the red. But you think Bungie could somehow pull it off? As they basically say that they couldn't? Paul Wright with a VIP. Welcome back, my friend. 139. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. 48 to 39. YouTube leading the day. If you guys are watching on Purple, be sure to hit follow, hit that heart button so you can watch me on the daily. Warframe players are like the guys who say my wife is so hot, and then you see the picture and you're like, is she though? The her meme from Arrested Development. Her? Her? What if Bungie spiked Naughty Dog's multiplayer ambitions on purpose? I don't think that's what happened. I do not think that's what happened. No. I think one of two things is going on. Either Bungie is so just intoxicated on the fumes of their hubris and what they think they're capable of, and they think, no, this thing, we're going to ship it and it'll do well on our name alone. Or they are willingly pushing a lame duck out into the public. What's good, Bruno? How are you? I don't know. We'll see. It's pretty much detrimental at this point. They should just focus on Destiny 3. Yeah, I have a whole video on that. Destiny 3 will make you God, where, we were obviously cheeky with the title and the thumb, but I argue that the only way out for them is that. And I think it would require a PlayStation takeover, because you would basically want PlayStation to come in, restructure the leadership, get the bad actors out, and then tell people, listen, if you don't want to build Destiny 3, that's understandable. You guys have lived in the Destiny universe for how long? If you don't want to build Destiny 3, totally fine. We have other studios that maybe you could go work at. Fill out this survey. And then what you do is you go to Bend and some of these other studios and you say, hey, are you guys wanting to work on a live service game? Are you wanting to work on a Destiny 3? There might be people at Guerrilla that are kind of jonesing to build a shooter again, right? There might be guys at Bend that had some really good ideas about their live service game, and they kind of want to see those come to fruition, and they could be assets. They could be good team members for Bungie. I don't like saying that word. Listen, if Bungie comes up, hubris is getting thrown around. It's practically how they spell their name. Yo, Haseo with a really good setup. 140. We are a 10 bomb away from 150. Whoever hits it gets it. Let's see if anybody's going to steal this. It's 49 to 39. Purple. You couldn't ask for a better setup. If you do 10, get us to 150, I would owe your platform 5, and you would tie the daily contest. It's a race. All right? It's a race. Whoever makes this hit 150, I gift your platform 5 members. We'll see. We'll see where we end up here. Borderlands 4 is Destiny 3. Borderlands 4 is certainly influenced by Destiny. I think that's undeniable, with the double jumping and the gliding and the open world and the vehicle that kind of resembles like pulling out a sparrow. And open world dynamic activities. They've obviously taken some influence. I'm very excited to play Borderlands for that reason. Yeah. And a 10 bomb comes in from Haseo. He sets it up and takes it himself. There it is. Just like that. Well done. Little bit of an extension of that lead. You're still in the fight, Purple. You're only 20 behind. Come on. Stoke the fires. Get the big boys over there to partake. I owe 5 members of YouTube now. Release a Kraken. I don't know why you keep putting that in chat. It's just a bunch of numbers. I don't know what you're doing. I think Bungie is ramping up Destiny 2 in preparation to make a D3. The new changes coming this month feel like they are trying to test the waters for D3 before investing in it. It's very possible. It sounds very much like, from what I've been hearing from the feedback of the community and some of the YouTube videos that are floating around out there, that they are doing a bit of a soft reset and it makes sense. But it could be. Yeah, it could be. Elohim submits a question and says, why do people trust gaming journalists? My contention is that we don't really have gaming journalists anymore. We don't. We have content creators in disguise. And that's fine. You just have to know what you're signing up for. Like, I'm not a journalist. I don't really think we have any. You're working, I keep forgetting to close out a chat. I'll be more mindful. I mean, I don't care. I don't care, but Richard Lewis would like a word. I don't even know who that is. Content creators LARPing. Yeah, I mean, there are people who are LARPing as journalists. They get access and interviews like they're journalists. No, Paul Tassie's not a journalist. No, he's a blogger. SkillUp would never want to be called a journalist. Ralph is a commentator, podcaster, reviewer. He's content creators. Ralph would never want to be called a journalist. Jason Schreier is probably the closest thing we have. Probably. A true gaming and esport journalist. Yeah, we don't really have that now. We have people who basically function as content creators. It's not about integrity and honesty. It's about whoever's first. That's largely what you get. You get biasly, you get things framed from bias. Well, you have a bias. Yes, of course I do. Of course I do. I've never once tried to claim I don't have a bias. I attempt to deliver the information accurately, and then I give you my opinion. I draw a very, very distinct line right down the middle. If something happens, I say, here is what happens. And I quote the articles, and I quote the developers, and I quote the interviews. And then I tell you what I think. Like, I don't posture as a journalist, but I also don't muddy the delivery of facts with opinion. The opinion always comes after. How come the stream starts earlier now? We found the morning coffee segments to be enjoyable from a vibe perspective, but it was disrupting the flow of the morning, so now we just start at 9 and go right into the show. Gene Park is about the only game journalist I trust because he was a newspaper writer in Honolulu for Crime Beat. He has done some on-the-ground journalism. You'd have to ask Gene, does he even want to be classified as a journalist, though, for gaming? Like, does he cover things in a way that he feels like that's fair? You'd have to ask him. I don't think a lot of these guys even claim to be journalists, but I think what happens is people read the articles, people read the breakdowns as if they are journalists. And it's like, yeah, he has himself classified as a video games critic for the Washington Post. So again, I like Gene. Gene's a mutual. I think he's very nice. And he says right here, Washington Post video games critic. And that's completely fine. He's also the co-host of these podcasts, right? I think that's perfectly legitimate. I don't think many of them posture as journalists. But what I think happens is people read a blog post as if it is this researched work of journalism, and it's not. It isn't. Right? If we had gaming journalists, then when I begged and pleaded for an investigation for the last 5 years, somebody would have said sure. Somebody would have taken an interest. Even Schreier didn't handle that situation well. All that stuff that happened in 2020 wouldn't cover it, wouldn't talk about it, wouldn't cover it was like a close personal friend of his, wouldn't cover it. And it's like, again, see, that's the problem is we don't really have that in the gaming environment. We don't. And here's the honest to goodness truth. You probably never will. You probably never will. Because in order to do what a lot of these guys do, they have anonymous sources, right? So they're achieving. So what Schreier is achieving and what Tom Henderson is achieving, they're achieving it with anonymous sources, which is good work, right? That's good journalistic endeavor to have sources that you protect, that give you information, that you verify. Tom and Jason are very good about this. They verify the information before running it. They don't just run it because they heard, right? A lot of the content that we get now stems from I heard, it is claimed, which is fine. It's fine to say it is claimed or there's this rumor. That's totally fine. But there's a difference between that and something that, like when Tommy or Jason do a piece and they verify and vet the source, like when Tom Henderson talked about the project PlayStation Q Lite or the PlayStation 5 Pro, the sources and the data was vetted before he went forth in confidence and said, no, this stuff's coming, this stuff's real. But the difference there is that they're not granted access. They're basically using leak culture as a means of doing journalistic work. So if you tried to do real, genuine journalism right now in the gaming world, you'd have a very difficult time because the major publishers and the developers, they're not going to talk to you or give you access unless it can benefit them. And a true journalist wouldn't be interested in that. A true journalist would be interested in unearthing the truth and delivering it in a cold, hard, factual way. That doesn't serve the aims of a publisher or a developer. So you would just get doors slammed in your face left and right. You wouldn't get review access to games. You wouldn't get press briefings. You wouldn't get preview. You wouldn't get invited to preview events. None of those things would happen because the publishers don't care about that. They don't care about having a genuine gaming press. They don't want a genuine gaming press. You have to understand that. The publishers and developers are not in this business to have the level of transparency that we would want to see, like you want from a free press. Like, they don't want that. What they want is extensions of their marketing. Now, that doesn't mean that every developer and every publisher just immediately blacklists you if you gave their game a bad score. That does happen, but it doesn't happen every single time, and not every single developer and publisher is equal. But your major players, like just take the three big ones, Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft, okay? So Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft are not going to play ball with a gaming press because, number one, they don't need to. There's an army of YouTubers, content creators, bloggers, and quasi-journalists that'll do the work for them that they need done, which is, here, come to this preview event, and most preview events are very glowing afterward, right? Everybody's very excited and positive, which is usually fair because they've only played a very small slice of the game, so they don't want to be scathing about, playing a game for an hour that seemed good, but maybe not. There's no way to know sometimes. Unless, of course, you do a preview event like Kojima, and it's a 3-day preview event where people play for over 40 hours. With Death Stranding 2, that's what he did. And then the review embargo was literally before even early access began, because Kojima is the actual GOAT. So they have a vested interest most of the time. The vast majority of the time, they are not going to want to give you access. They're not going to want to give you the interview where you can ask any question that you want. They're not going to let you they're not going to let you pull a Diane Sawyer or a 60 Minutes on them. So, because their interest is in selling a product. Does that make sense? So, as hard as I am on the gaming press, because I feel like a lot of them have handled things in a way that I don't find very respectable. I've been very scathing and very hard on them. And I think I have some pretty fair beef with some of them, given how things were handled 5 years ago. I think I have legitimate criticism of what I would call journalistic malpractice. Like if you're going to enter into the realm of quasi-journalism and you're going to cover situations and you're going to cover them one-sidedly to the degree that it damages a person's livelihood and reputation, I think that is a significant and egregious offense, right? So I am pretty hard on them. But the reality is there really is not a way to spin up an outfit that were to run itself like an actual news outlet of gaming with genuine journalistic work. You would have to, again, and this is why I say people should support Insider Gaming, because it's an independent outfit that runs on what I feel like is verified insider information, not rumor. Now, they'll cover rumors when they hit the airwaves because they're playing the game like everybody else. Like if a rumor hits the airwaves and it needs to be covered, they will say blah, 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 blah. It is claimed, right? Their headline makes it very clear. This is just something is being claimed. This has not been verified, okay? I think Tommy's outfit does a very good job. They even had something recently where the headline was out of order. It was like, wait, that headline is very misleading, and they fixed it. They adjusted the headline, and they took it down. I've reached out to Tommy before and said, hey, I think this tweet and headline is not correct, and he's rectified it. That was during the ABK coverage that he did that, and my respect for him grew immensely when he did that. But you have to remember that what they're doing, what he and Schreier are doing, is they're not leveraging journalistic credentials that grant them access. They're leveraging contacts that give them access. Right? You've got Mike Straw to change headlines. Yeah, the guys over at Insider Gaming run a very good outfit. I like them. They will adjust their coverage if they find that they are in error or that something has been framed improperly. And I respect them for that. That's why they're one of the outlets I think that you should support. What's his name? I follow him on Twitter. VGC, I believe is their name. Anthony Robinson. I think you should support them as well because they are independent, right? Hang on. At least he postured as if they were. No, I'm sorry, Andy Robinson. He's the owner of VGC News. Okay, I believe this is another outfit. I believe this is another outfit that you should support. I believe you should support Andy. I believe you should support VGC News. Okay, they even have a Patreon because these guys are supported by us. They're not support. They don't have some company behind them that owns them that can kind of dictate what they can and cannot cover. So, VGC and Insider Gaming, and then obviously when Jason Schreier comes out with an autopsy on a situation, that I think is very, very helpful because then we're given concrete, verified information. Does that make sense? You're just a guy in a basement talking to a computer monitor about things you barely have surface level understanding of. You don't play games, you have no industry insight, and you talk like you do. I mean, I've covered the industry for 10 years and was a main stage host at E3 for Twitch and interviewed major developers and have since interviewed developers. And I do play games. It sounds like you're just running talking points from Twitter. I've probably rolled credits on more games this year than you have, but sure. I mean, you can believe false claims about me if that makes you feel better. I love the story of how Kojima found out about Caroline Polachek. Someone gave him one of her CDs, and now she's the main theme for the game. Some of the best music in the game, truly the GOAT. Similar things happened with Expedition 33. If you haven't watched SkillUp's breakdown of that game and how it came to fruition, that was very, very cool how all that came to be. Like finding people that just were very passionate or unknown, the entire soundtrack written by a guy like nobody had really ever heard of. So yeah, I think that's cool that you're seeing like maybe smaller or lesser known talent show up in big projects like that. I think that's very cool. Guys, make sure you're smashing like on YouTube. Try to get us to 300 likes. We do have some questions here. Corey says, Lono, so I have a legitimate question. Is there any way that Marathon undergoes a massive facelift in its indefinite delay that can transform it to the game that might live on? So I've got a video where we put it up, and it was called like "All Hope Is Lost." No, mine is PlayStation's lost confidence in the game, basically. And essentially, what I argued is, according to the town halls and the insider info that we were kind of privy to, I said, listen, if they say the game lacks the fundamentals of what makes a fun game, then I would say whatever ends up launching will just be a complete and utter flop, or they're going to have to launch something that's completely different than what they've already advertised. So you'd have to basically reinvent the game, make it some sort of a PvE loot grind or something. I don't know. I believe that games reach a point of no return. So comeback stories are possible. We have games like No Man's Sky. We have games like Rainbow Six Siege. We have games like Cyberpunk. We have comeback stories, okay? I believe these are unique and somewhat anomalous, and the reason for that is because it's incredibly difficult, and I do believe there's a point of no return. Concord hit a point of no return. They had spent too much time. They had baked too much into the crust of the game that could not simply be fixed. So the game was cooked as soon as it hit the market. It was like, this thing is going nowhere. And I remember when we first saw the gameplay, I was like, I don't understand that. This is a massive risk that you're taking here because you just made something that's incredibly derivative. And then as time went on, it got worse. Their choice in character design was poor. They were internally like toxically positive, and they kept the game very secret. SIE didn't even get to really look at the game or test the game beforehand, which was actually the typical custom for those games, is that they are played internally quite a bit, and Concord was not. And I look at Marathon and think the same thing. I looked at Kill the Justice League. I thought Kill the Justice League had a shot. I owned the fact that I was wrong about that. I owned up to that, made videos, covered it, and said, listen, I was wrong. I got this one wrong. But the fact of the matter was, there was no saving Kill the Justice League. It was beyond that redemption point, because think of it this way. You can have damage to a home or a car that can be fixed, and you can have what you would consider to be like a redemption point or a 2.0 moment for your car or your house, right? Enough is still there. Enough of the framework, enough of the foundation can be, retained. I believe games are similar. Like, I think you can launch something. You can launch something that it's like, oh, there's something here. If you guys have got something if you build on this, right? But then there's also times where the car is totaled and the building is too damaged. It can't be restored. It can't be redeemed. Isn't the right word. It can't be saved. That's still not the word I'm trying to think of. It can't be reclaimed. That's still not the word that my brain is like pawing for. I think games are the same way. So I think a game like Marathon, it hits and people see it, and it's like, you have made far too many foundational misjudgments here. You would basically have to salvage. That was the word I couldn't think of. It can't be salvaged. Thank you, B&E Video. Yeah, not redeemed, salvaged. I just couldn't think of the word. I kept wanting to go to the rebuilt, redeemed, reclaimed, right? And I was like, that's not the word I'm thinking of. Salvaged. Thank you. Can't be salvaged. So I think you make fundamental decisions so early on that the foundation is so completely, utterly flawed. You'd have to build a brand new game. That's why when I heard the feedback that like, well, they're pressing on with Marathon because it's technically sound and the shooting feels good. It's like, okay, the frick? Like, it's made by Bungie. I would expect nothing less. Yeah. The shooting feels good? Sure. What about everything else? So, I think that game will if it comes out again, it'll either just completely and utterly fail and flop because there just is not enough there to to do anything with, or it'll have to be a completely different game, which I don't think they can do that. Do you know the amount of time and energy it would take to basically like build another game? The foundation is sound? No. The foundation of that game is not sound. Having good shooting is not the foundation of the game. The foundation of the game is the content loop. And the content loop is, according to the internal town hall at Sony, is not fun. It's like, so when I did graphic design, I would do very, very quick little iterations on the logo, on the flyer. And the reason I would do this is people could provide more direct feedback and I could sort of shape it. I called it adaptive design. So I kind of coined my own phrase to market myself. Within the realm of development, this is called agile design versus waterfall development. So instead of just being like, okay, we think we've got good vision transfer, we're going to go build everything and we're going to bring it back to you. And then the customer and the client is like, can you make it better? And it's hard for them to verbalize what needs to be better because there are so many things interwoven and entangled within that can't be easily fixed. Thank you, Big Juicer, for 35 months of memberships over here on YouTube, pushing us past the 150 to 151. Thank you so much. So I would do little iterations and I would call it adaptive design, so that I would design the logo and then they would help me shape the logo. Okay. So right now, when someone says Marathon lacks the fundamentals of a fun game, okay, that means that the foundation is not sound. You do not have a game that has a probability of survival. So the feedback would be, make it fun. What? How? Well, let's see. So, and this is what I talked about before when we talked about Marathon. I said the number one thing that they're facing right now is all of the feedback they're receiving has to be parsed through what they feel like is beneficial feedback, and then it has to be parsed through what can be turned into an action item. Like, what can we actually do? People don't like this. Okay, is that in line with the game that we want to build? Is that something we can act upon? Okay, cool. Let's turn that into an action item to improve the game. I said there's just too much. It's too broad. It's like asking 8 different people how to sculpt something. They're all going to have different feedback. You're going to end up with a mess at the end of it. It's going to be very hard to parse through all of the feedback. So that's why I've said, like, I think the game is beyond that point of being something that can be salvaged. If you attempt to salvage it, you are either going to do what they appear to be doing based on what we've heard from the report, that like, well, there's a rifle in it now, and revive timers are longer, and they added a medic, and you can interact with the black market in a different way. Okay. You're turning, like, you're adjusting volume knobs on a mixing board, and nobody wants to hear the song. Oh, we made the drums a little quieter. Yeah, but nobody wants to listen to the song. Okay, so what we did is we've made the vocals a little bit more balanced with the sort of the guitar solos, and we've brought in some melodies. Nobody wants to listen to the song. You're going into Marathon and you're moving parts within something that nobody wants. Do you see the problem? It's like, that to me is lost cause. That's just DOA. You don't have a product that people want. I think the correct decision would be an open beta with player feedback. Disappearing for months and showing up at a state of play with a second attempt is risky. It's still going to be an extraction shooter, just make it more hardcore if the casuals don't want it. Here's the again, I think you're down here. You're saying adjust some of those volume knobs. It's like, well, people really like loudness in metal. We're going to try to appeal to metal fans. Just turn the volume up of the drums. Like, no. Nobody's the interest level in the game is so incredibly non-existent. The game will die without having some casuals. Yeah, that too. I always come back to the dev stream. They talk like the game was already out, and they showed changes for Season 3. It was bad. Well, and this was something that I said. I said that the way they handled the stream, I was like, they're not accustomed to not already having a fan base. They're not accustomed to that. You know what I mean? They spoke like they already had a fan base. I'm going to take a very, very quick break, and I'm going to let you guys watch the trailer from this morning of Wuchang. I just need a very, very quick break. I'll make sure it loops. All right, I'll be right back. This is the game for your wishes to radar from today.
Is this bloodshed really what you wanted? Fate is all set in stone. You can't change how it ends. What will it take to finally awaken you? Is this bloodshed really what you wanted? Fate is all set in stone. You can't change how it ends.
Sorry, it replayed. I went as fast as I could. I just wasn't gonna make it. I needed a break. It's like I was like dancing in the seat. Okay. Another boss rush. I don't know if it's gonna be another boss rush. 9 months from Just James. It's a member light. Thank you so much for jumping back in. It's mid. It's not out yet. Elohim says, look how the so yeah, the question command's not designed for this. Like, just put that in chat. Look how the leadership of Bungie treats Destiny. Yeah, like that's the question command is to submit questions to spark conversation. Citizen JV says, if Halo does come to PlayStation, do you think it could be the Anniversary Collection rather than the OG Master Chief Collection? I honestly don't know. The way I look at it, it makes more sense to me that you would say, here is the thing to whet your appetite. You do a Gears of War Reloaded. You do a Halo Combat Evolved remake. And when you do that, you get people ready for the new thing, which would be E-Day, Gears of War E-Day, which would be, you know, the next mainline Halo game, right? So I don't know if there's going to be this big draw to be like, we have to put all of the classics over there. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I just don't know. Is that something that they think needs to happen? We'll have to wait and see. I could see it making a lot of sense to do it either, to do either thing. Because if you get a bunch of people that are like, you know, enjoying Gears of War Reloaded and they enjoy Gears of War E-Day, you know, a portion of them may buy a Gears 2 and a Gears 3. Like, they might go back through and buy like a classics library if it comes over. Same could be said for Halo. Yeah, just put Halo 5. Yeah, so again, but I could also see them saying it just isn't worth it. We're just kind of pushing forward. We used Gears Reloaded. We used Combat Evolved to kind of stoke the fires, get things going, and then all future titles will be multi-plats. And then they just sort of leave the past in the past. It really comes down to what the goals of the publishing efforts are. You know, how much are they going to want to go back there and grab? Because we also know that Xbox is working on this backwards compatibility thing so that, like, you know, any and all future hardware that you buy with these AMD chips, you know, what they're promising is that that'll just be able to play everything. You play original Xbox games and 360 games. And from what they're saying, it doesn't sound like it would be booting up an emulator like what it does now on your Series X or your Series S. So... Elohim says, what's the downfall of Xbox about? I mean, this feels like a loaded question. I don't know if I would call it the downfall. It's just the evolution of the brand into one that I think Microsoft sees fitting better with their core competencies as a software company. And I think that their efforts in gaming, a lot of it, I believe, has been self-sabotaged by Microsoft itself, not Xbox, you know? So I've said that for a while, that I think a lot of people look at Phil and Sarah and the green and they get excited, and it's a brand that's won a lot of loyalty and allegiance from people. But my issue has always been with Microsoft, not with Xbox. So last question here in the queue. Are there times where you wish you had a regular job or could play games more often, or is your passion talking and covering the industry? I mean, I don't know. If I had a more traditional job, I would still be in the same scenario that I'm in now. I would come home from work, I'd have dinner, I'd spend the evening with my family, you know, going for a walk, playing outside, hanging out with the neighbors. You know, we come back, we're taking a break from reading for the summer because the summer schedule's all over the place, because I was reading like the Harry Potter books to them, or like playing a board game, and then they go to bed, and then like I play a game for maybe 30 minutes to an hour, and then Madam and I watch a show together. So if he had a regular job, he would play less. He plays way more than I do. Yeah, because I have a job in the industry, there are times where I literally tell Madam, I have to play tonight. Like with Expedition 33, there were a couple of nights where I was like, babe, I just got to put in a long play session tonight. And she's like, that's fine. And she would just sit next to me and read a book. That probably wouldn't have happened if I had like a traditional job, because there would have been no impetus for me to be like, oh, I have to play this. You know, I have to roll credits on this before Death Stranding 2 comes out. My wife would have been like, okay, you'll be fine. You can wait, you know. And An anonymous gifter gifted to hates 2 pencils. Thank you so much. That gets us to 152. We're a little behind pace. We want to end today at 200. We're about 48 members from that. It is now 60-40 in the platform battle. Team Purple, going to have to rally if you want to win the day. We need 40 more likes. YouTube, we've been in a really weird spot for a couple of weeks. I'm not really sure what has happened, but what does help is the likes. Let's try to get to 300. It is like pulling teeth just to get likes. I don't know what happened. I don't know why we're having such oddities in view count and like count. I don't know. Beginning of June, something happened. We have had a very difficult time lately with turnout and likes. Turnout is better the last couple of days, so it seems to be turning a corner. But even with likes, I'll like, hey, can we get some likes? And like the like count won't move. So I'm not sure what the cause is. What do you think Xbox is existing the console space? I'm not sure what you mean. Cool Breeze gifts a member to the Perfect Storm. Thank you so much for doing that over here on Team Purple and gets us to 153. I don't know what you mean by existing. Are you asking, like, are they exiting the console space? I think if that's what you're asking, he means exiting. You guys think he means exiting. Holy crap. And Pork Pie puts Purple in the lead with a 20 bomb and makes it 61-60. That's the way to do it. We are officially 2 away from the next milestone. You wanted a wake up. There's the wake up. Rattle the cages. And get on the stages, boys. Let's go. We need to get to that 300 like count as well. Man, oh man. It has been rough out here. Zubair says, effing Pork Pie. You mean exiting. It's my personal belief, and this is why I thought that, Laura Fryer's video was completely fair, that Xbox wants out of hardware in the way of, like, they don't want to make it anymore. Pork Pie says, I'm trying to inspire Mash to wake up. Mash has been, I think Mash is on a trip. He wasn't here last week either. At least second half of the week he was not. So, but I think they're exiting in the way of, and this is not a new prediction, okay? When the FTC leaks happened about, like, their future aspirations, and even some of Sarah Bond's comments, who's the other YouTube donator, some of the other big ones are like Pathalon Phoenix, Behemoth, Online MVP, Ghost in the Garage Gaming. They're some of the big dogs that'll go nuts. But Pathalon Phoenix is the other one who lately has been ramping up the support and going crazy with Mash. But this was not a wild prediction. I think a lot of people said this. There were things that came out of the FTC trial, and Pork Pie is going to give 2 and secure the 5 for Purple. Thank you so much. They basically said that, and again, this was an observation that was made long before Laura Fryer's video. They said, it seems as though Microsoft is going to exit hardware and just let other people make the devices for them, okay? That was said many times. So when I saw Laura Fryer's video, I didn't find it to be alarming at all. I wasn't like, oh my gosh, what a crazy prediction that she's making. It's been interpreted as excuse me, because we live in a soundbite culture, it's been interpreted as Xbox hardware is dead. And people are upset, and they're like, I don't understand. Xbox just announced a bunch of hardware efforts with a handheld with Asus and a partnership with AMD. And it's like, yes. And Laura Fryer views that as exodus from hardware, as I do as well. She came across as very bitter. I think that's got to be one of the worst takes I've ever seen you put in chat, John. Nothing in the video comes across as bitter. Like, that is the height of emotional projection. She is so long removed from Xbox. There's not a hint of malice in her voice, her voice intonation, her body language. Nothing about it came across as bitter. I don't think he said she was responsible for the Xbox One. Wasn't I the only... I don't know, I wasn't the only one that thought that. So she expresses disappointment in where the brand is going, and you're like, she's bitter. Huh? And a 5-bomb comes in from Pathalon Phoenix. I swear, if you're setting yourself up, Pathalon, I respect it. 180, that puts us at 65. It takes the lead away from Purple, and we're now 20 away from the 200 milestone. If a man talked with the same tone and cadence, no one would say he'd call him bitter. I don't know if we need to say that, Eugene. I mean, it's laced with misogyny. It doesn't sound like misogyny. It sounds like people that don't want to hear what she's saying projecting like an emotional state onto her. I watched it and I got that she is boring to listen to. Well, I mean, she's not a content creator. She's making content, but like that's not where she's like from. She's from the other side of that aisle of like, not aisle. She's from the other side of the curtain. Excuse me. She's from the other side of the curtain. Like, she worked at the company. She was there when a lot of this stuff took place. Like, I don't know. I didn't get a hint of bitterness from her at all. She was a founding member of the OG Xbox team. Of course she would be sad to see it ends. No one likes to see their baby get shelved. Yeah, I mean, she speaks about that in the video. What did Havoc say? I disagree with that one. Misogyny means the hatred of women. One comment about one woman doesn't constitute that. I mean, its general definition is a hatred or diminishment of them, an antagonism toward them. I mean, there's layers to it, right? Dislike, contempt, or ingrained prejudice against. So I guess you could say that betrays some level of prejudice. Like, she's not allowed to express disappointment in the way a company went. We're going to claim that she just sounds bitter. She's also the 4% of Linux desktop users who tell us how good Linux is. She is in a lot of some ways unhappy with Microsoft. This is true. This is true. Most I listen to make it as upbeat as possible. I mean, you guys have asked me multiple times to react to the video. So let's just do it. The video's old enough. I don't like to react to videos within their first 24 hours. I like to wait for them to be out for at least 48 hours. Okay? So we're going to attempt to see here what this bitterness is, this alleged bitterness that is apparently in this video, okay? We may or may not use this for content later. I don't know. I know you guys like this. We've said for a while we wanted to get back into reaction, but I like to do it in a way that doesn't take from the content to disparage the content or serve as a replacement for said content. So her video currently has 45,000 views. We will spam the link in chat at the conclusion of this, all right? And I'm going to take away the play.
If you watch the latest Xbox showcase, you can see that Xbox has finally landed on a strategy, a plan for the future of Xbox. It's the Xbox Anywhere plan. They are betting the entire business on Game Pass and leaving the hardware innovation to their partners at Asus.
This is actually the one part of the video I don't agree with Laura on, where they're betting everything on Game Pass. I actually don't think they're pushing for high adoption rates of Game Pass anymore, given the price increase of Ultimate and moving day and dates to Ultimate. There is potential for Game Pass growth on the PC market in Asia, according to Phil Spencer, but I don't think they're placing all their bets on Game Pass. I think they're placing their bets on, again, a software strategy where they make a bunch of money from publishing. They have more of an ecosystem approach. They're more of a software approach, like Windows 11 is the big push. I don't think Game Pass is the big push.
This wasn't surprising. Hardware is expensive to make. It's much easier to slap an Xbox sticker on an existing piece of hardware and call it a day. It requires very little effort in comparison. And if you don't care about console sales or exclusive games anymore, why bother innovating in hardware? I'll admit, it's a great message for gamers. Who doesn't want to play their games with their family and friends on any device and any platform? But that's all it is. It's marketing. It's style, not substance. Just because you say something, it doesn't mean that you can do it. And it also doesn't mean that you won't change your mind. After all, Xbox has been pivoting a lot lately.
Yep, that's me. And you're probably wondering how I ended up here. Well, it's pretty standard.
Remember when they talked about the importance of high-quality games, but then shut down the studio that made Hi-Fi Rush? What about Game Pass? One of the defining features was Day One games, and now there are tiers that don't offer the feature at all. Last year, Phil expressed how $70 pricing could feel manipulative to gamers, and now he's on board with charging $80 for Outer Worlds 2.
Yeah, again, just what she said about Game Pass. I don't know if this stuff gets copyright claimed or not, because some of this is like actual like music. I mean, just what she said about Game Pass is one of the reasons why I don't feel like Game Pass is the central focus anymore. I feel like the central focus and the thing that I came away with from the showcase was they really banged on the drum of play anywhere. Like removing the idea of you having this sort of centrality, this identity of like, this is where I play, this is where my Xbox, experience is or whatever. So yeah, she does sound bitter. The level of projection required to claim that a woman speaking rather plainly and in a very, I think, just factual, almost even monotone way, projecting bitterness on that, I think that's very embarrassing behavior. There's not a single shred of emotion in this video yet. I feel like you guys are way ironically in your feels, and she is not.
The cost may be high.
I don't know if this is gonna get copyrighted or whatever, so I'm just gonna try to talk over it to like bluster it up a bit. Like I don't know again if this is gonna get copyright claimed or muted.
It has been chaotic, so it's hard to say exactly what they'll do next. But assuming they stick with Xbox Anywhere, it's really left me wondering, will the latest announcement drive more gamers to Game Pass? Will they be able to convince gamers that the Xbox ROG Ally is a good idea? And what is going to happen with the hardware and software teams that aren't delivering right now in the Xbox team? Are they going to get caught up in the layoffs that Microsoft just announced are coming? For context, let's talk about why Xbox started and how it played into the strengths of Microsoft. I was working in Microsoft Game Studios on Crimson Skies when the console talk started. At that point, Microsoft dominated the office, but Sony owned the living room and was taking a serious bite out of the PC gaming market. When Xbox launched, there were at least 125 million PlayStations available, and there was a reason for that. Gamers could just plug in the PlayStation and the games worked. They didn't have to worry about why that piece of software on their Windows system didn't play nice with the other piece of software and why their video card wasn't working or that they needed an updated driver. It was simple.
This is how you share your games on PS4. Thanks.
Of course, at that time, game developers actually listened to their customers and they would follow them. With all of these gamers going to PlayStation, game developers started trying to climb the hill of learning the PlayStation. And if they could do that, then they didn't have to worry after they made their game about testing all of those hardware and software compatibility issues that plagued the Windows ecosystem. It just worked. Microsoft could see this threat, so they jumped in and did what Microsoft does best.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody say ecosystem is ecosystem. Are there actually two pronunciations? Am I saying it wrong? I always thought it was ecosystem, like eco-friendly, whatever. Reckless says, When a man projects an emotional state onto a woman who is speaking rather rationally, it really does smack of. Yeah, again, the whole video is in this tone. It's very much, she sticks to her script. She speaks very matter-of-factly. She's doing, I think, a really great history lesson in what happened. She was there sort of at the beginning, right? So for me, like, I think projecting onto this that she sounds bitter, I'm seeing that talking point circulated on Twitter. Again, that sounds like in your feels, Twitter doesn't like what she's saying, so let's undercut the video by projecting in like an emotional state on it. Like, well, what she's saying is not legitimate because she's bitter. She has an agenda, and it's like I think that's a absolutely ludicrous claim.
They took over an existing market by leveraging their strengths. They already had a fine-tuned system of execution at scale. They knew how to ship product, and they knew how to scale their system across a large team. Luckily, Microsoft had already built a game developer foundation with Microsoft Windows and DirectX. The message for Xbox was simple. With a hard drive, you could build your game once on Xbox or Windows, and it would just work. Of course, the problem was Windows was bloated. So without telling Bill Gates, the Xbox team removed the bloat and made a light version to power the box.
I start to try to argue for this, why we can't have the normal version of Windows. Bill doesn't want any of it. He doesn't want to hear it. He yells at me, shuts me down.
We did everything we could to make the platform as attractive for game developers as possible. We even hired 50 game makers into the Xbox Advanced Technology Group to support the game developers. The ATG team collectively had made hundreds of games, so we were great at translating game developer concerns into changes at Microsoft. We did whatever it took, and this focus on developers, it was a game changer because we attacked one of Sony's biggest weaknesses. They did not have great developer tools or support or documentation.
So she's laying fantastic groundwork here that I think is getting glossed over because people don't like what she's saying. She is drawing a very clear and distinct difference that I've highlighted a lot recently. Mark Cerny has really course-corrected one of PlayStation's biggest problems. Went to developers and said, what do you need? So much of the PS5, the Pro, efforts with PSSR, efforts with, Project Amethyst and AMD is quite literally centering around the developers because he sees the reality. I've made reference to the movie The Founder where BJ Novak's character tells him, you are not in the restaurant business, you are in the real estate business. And he basically teaches him, buy all the real estate and you win. I feel like Cerny took a similar strategy. We're never going to outspend Microsoft, but if we make ourselves super appealing to developers, that's how we win this fight back. And she's laying exactly out why 360 was such a great time for Xbox, and she's doing this to show how they've lost their way.
Games sell consoles, and so in order to sell consoles, we had to win the hearts and minds of the developers.
I could see that Xbox had a chance of succeeding. We were listening to developers, and we were building exclusive, high-quality first-party titles. We knew that platform adoption requires proof. People don't buy your new hardware if there's no reason to. Definitely a problem for the new Xbox handheld. And it worked. By 2012, Xbox was a multi-billion-dollar business, and they were a true player in the living room. Fast forward, and here we are. It's 1 year from the 25th anniversary of the Xbox, and it looks like they're abandoning pretty much everything that made the Xbox brand great in the first place. Let's start with the handheld announcement. I've seen mixed reactions, and that has me really puzzled because I don't see any reason why anyone would buy this piece of hardware. Just like the original Xbox, it's built on Windows, a slimmed-down version of Windows, but it's still Windows. So this isn't something new. And let me just admit my bias here. I don't like Windows. When I left Microsoft, I installed Linux on all of my personal systems, and I never looked back. Of course, as many pointed out after PewDiePie did the same thing, Windows is still needed for some games, so I created a dual boot machine for those cases. Incidentally, this line, the freedom of Windows, freedom? Windows 11 is forcing you to have separate accounts so they can track everything you do. Doesn't feel very free. And they are leaving a lot of their Windows 10 users behind because they require a chip to be installed on the motherboard in order for you to upgrade. Microsoft, you do you, but freedom is literally the last thing I would use to describe the Windows operating system.
So there, I think that's fair. She's establishing her bias against Windows as an operating system, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, she's basically like, I don't really like Windows, and I don't like how they've handled Windows. I don't know. All of us that use Windows have our own beef with Windows. Good golly. Like, what, do you guys want to start having a fight about how Windows is great? I don't think anybody really wants to go to bat for Windows as an operating system. Okay, we all have our own levels of criticism and frustration with the operating system. Streamers especially, like, they'll notoriously push out updates that just like break your stuff. So
given the Xbox was already built on Windows, I don't see that that's really a big selling point. But that's okay, because it's really about the games. Will it be Halo? Will it be the new Gears? Is there going to be a game so compelling that it drives me to adopt this new handheld? Well, here's the problem. Xbox doesn't do exclusives anymore. Even if Xbox delivers a crazy, great game, Xbox Anywhere means that I can play that game on any platform. I can play it on Xbox or PC. I may even be able to play it on the PS5 or the Switch.
This is a slight misunderstanding of what Play Anywhere means. And this is where their marketing can get a little confusing, okay? The marketing of Play Anywhere is about a list of games that you can play after buying the game once. That's not true and not really applicable to a game on your PlayStation or the Nintendo Switch. So there's a bit of I think that's a bit of a mix-up there that she makes. Like, Play Anywhere is not referring to their publishing strategy of like, oh yeah, you can play Gears of War Reloaded on a PS5 when it releases, right? You can play, Doom: The Dark Ages right now. Play Anywhere is a marketing talking point describing a list of games that you can quote-unquote play anywhere. And this, again, is the problem with the way they've marketed the devices, is the phrases themselves can create confusion because, wait, does Play Anywhere refer to the fact that you're starting to put your games everywhere, or does it refer to something else?
So why would I buy the ROG Ally? And of course, delivering a killer game in a reasonable time frame isn't something Xbox is particularly good at right now. During the showcase, there were several games still in development that weren't even mentioned, like State of Decay 3, Perfect Dark, and Fable. And many of these games have been in development over 5 years. There is only one reason these games are behind. It's because Xbox has lost their culture of shipping at scale. They don't have the people or the process in place that can ship. And it's a shame because they used to do better than anyone in the business.
If you agree with her take here, that they're having trouble shipping at scale, then their publishing strategy becomes even more concerning because they're getting ready to task their developers with not just shipping games for Xbox and PC, but also PS5, PS5 Pro enhancements, and potentially the Switch 2. So again, if you agree with her take here that they've been struggling to ship at scale, which I think there's something that I think you can demonstrate that this gen, we're 5 years in, and they have struggled to ship at scale. They've struggled to ship feature complete games. Well, that should be an even greater concern when they expand the reach of what each team needs to develop for.
Microsoft announced that they were going to be doing layoffs. A lot of people are speculating that it's going to be the sales division, but I'm not so sure. I think that if I was working on one of the games that didn't make the showcase, or if I was in the Xbox hardware team, I would be worried. So there isn't going to be any killer game that drives me to buy this handheld. And that's okay, right? Because Xbox Anywhere means that I'm going to be able to play all my Xbox games and PC games on my handheld. And that right there could be a big selling point. Except it looks like that might not be the case. There's been some confusion on this point, but from what I can tell, pure Xbox is correct. You won't be able to play native Xbox games, only native PC games. This isn't great, in my opinion. If Xbox Anywhere means I should be able to play all my games on the handheld device, then darn it, I want to play all of my games, not just my PC games. Further on in the article, they say, let's hope we might get native console games in the future, but it's not something we're expecting right now. Think of the ROG Xbox Ally as a Windows 11 gaming PC with Xbox-specific features, because that's basically what it is. If you don't have a big budget, why not just buy a PC? They're not that expensive if you build it yourself, and you'll have Windows 11, just like the handheld, and you'll be able to play all of your PC games. If you want a handheld, skip the PC and buy a Steam Deck, or some of the other handhelds with SteamOS on them.
Right, yeah, the darn it line. Yeah. Like I said, I don't appreciate the way she's being talked about and treated, because I think she's super charming and sweet, and like she's not attempting to make some harsh, bitter, angry video. She just seems really nice. Like, I've been subbed to her since she had like 15,000 subs, I think, and now she's at like 59. So props for her. She kind of screamed past me in the sub count on YouTube. She seems super nice, right? I mean, I don't know. It's just saying that she sounds bitter and that she sounds like a pony and that she sounds like the comment section. Her credentials are, probably older than some of the people talking about her. Okay. I mean, I'll just say it. Some of these young bloods need to not reach. You know what I mean? Don't reach, young blood. Don't reach.
It's built on Linux, so no Windows 11, and it's cheap compared to most of the handhelds out there. And that brings up one other possibility to consider. Maybe it's price. Maybe Xbox and Asus are going to undercut the market by making this a very inexpensive handheld. I personally don't think this is likely to happen. Remember, the Xbox ROG Ally is essentially a reskin of an existing product. Their cheapest version of the ROG Ally is around $600. I assume that both Xbox and Asus don't want to lose a lot of money on this new device. Asus is great at hardware, and I'm sure they have already done the cost reduction on the handheld.
And the other thing to consider here is Asus is not going to willingly put something in the market that undercuts their other devices. Like, they're not going to be like, oh, well, Xbox wants to subsidize this. Let's put this out into the market at a lower cost than what we're currently selling our own models. Do you understand? Like, there's no way this thing's going to come out and be like $400 or $500 and undercut existing Asus ROG Allies. Like, that would be ridiculous. Microsoft would have to write an obscene amount of money to make Asus willing to do that, because people go into the store like, why is this so much cheaper? It's essentially the same, if not a little bit more powerful.
You see, with hardware, the post-launch plans are almost more important than building the initial product, because in hardware, the game is price reduction of all of the parts, because then you can make a profit in years 2, 3, and 4 of your console. The ROG Ally has already been through this process, so it's very unlikely the price is going to be the thing that they will be able to lower. It's unlikely to be the thing that brings gamers to buying the handheld. The Xbox Anywhere message sounds great on the surface, but in reality, it's just marketing. It's style with no substance. Unfortunately, I don't think marketing's going to be enough. There's literally no reason to buy this handheld. Obviously, as one of the founding members of the Xbox team, I'm not pleased with where things are today. I don't love watching all of the value that I helped create slowly get eroded away.
I'm just going to rewind that. I'm just going to rewind this part since people want to call into question her credentials. I just really want this to be restated, since she's being misframed as like, oh, she was responsible for Xbox One or something. Let's just replay this part one more time for the people in the back.
This handheld. Obviously, as one of the founding members of the Xbox team, I'm not pleased with where things are today. I don't love watching all of the value that I helped create slowly get eroded away. I'm sad because from my perspective, it looks like Xbox has no desire or literally can't ship hardware anymore. So this partnership is about a slow exit from the hardware business completely. Personally, I think Xbox hardware is dead.
That is perfectly and fairly stated. She walks through how it seems as though this partnership is them no longer wanting to make and ship their own hardware. They're going to have other people make the hardware for them. And she says, personally, I feel it's dead. That is the way she structures this sentence, and part of the video is completely and utterly fair. Anybody who's in their feels about this and wants to go after her and call her credentials into question, I have no respect for you at all. You're a clown, okay? The people going after her are clowns. What she said there is completely and utterly true and fair. She is basing her opinion off of observations that many other people have made, that it appears this partnership with AMD is their effort to no longer make their own hardware and to have other people make it for them. Within the context of what she's saying, as a founding member, this makes her sad to see them jettison one last thing that she helped build. Okay? So people going after her and calling her credentials into question, you guys look like a bunch of frickin' clowns.
The plan appears to be to just drive everybody to Game Pass. And let's be clear, it has a lot of value.
And this is where I actually don't agree with Laura. I don't agree with her here. I do not think they are trying to drive people to Game Pass. I think this is a multifaceted approach. It takes risk, R&D, and spend and production lines out of the question. They're no longer having to make their own hardware. Okay, so that lowers their annual operating costs. Layoffs are coming tomorrow to also help with lowering annual operating costs. They're looking to increase their profit margins and their profitability with publishing on other platforms, with having their ecosystem everywhere, which is Game Pass is part of it. But I don't agree with her that they're doing all this to funnel people to Game Pass. That does not seem to be the focus any longer.
I'm thinking that might be why they decided to charge $80 for Outer Worlds 2. The developers have been clear that they didn't make that decision. And here's the thing, maybe it will work. Xbox has a deep portfolio. The remake of Oblivion was obviously a huge success, and they can continue to outsource that work to external companies and make a lot of money releasing their older games. Older games from an era when Xbox knew how to build them. But what is the long-term plan? Where are the new hits? What will make people care about the Xbox 25 years from now? I was excited to see Clockwork Evolution in the showcase, but will something like that be enough?
It's Clockwork Revolution, but I agree with her. I think this is one of the best games they've shown recently.
They have more? Next year marks the 25th anniversary of the Xbox, and I'm sure that they will have some big announcements and plans for honoring the milestone. Maybe next year is the year. Maybe next year is the year that the fog will clear and all of us will see the beauty in these latest announcements. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. If you like this video, you might be interested in another video I did called Why Xbox Lost. In it, I talk about all the cultural changes that led to what you're seeing today.
So, completely legitimate video. I'm going to put a link in chat to her video. I want you guys to subscribe to her channel and support her content. Watch her other video. And again, I'm not saying anybody in here called her credentials into question. I was seeing that kind of happening all over Twitter. I think she speaks very candidly, very fairly. I think she speaks in a way that is factual. She makes observations about how much has changed. You know, she's got other content where she's kind of tracked the cultural shift at the company, and I think the video is completely and totally fair. She also has other really good videos about Concord and what actually killed Concord, and that's one of her most popular videos. So she has very, very good insights into game development and the industry itself. So Laura Fryer is her name. There's a link in chat for you guys if you want to support it. If we turn this into a video later and you're watching my reaction to this and you liked it, subscribe to my channel, subscribe to her channel. We'll have a link below. Support her content first, obviously. And thanks so much for checking this out. We'll see you in the next one, all right? So, Xbox hardware is dead, and there's literally no reason to buy the ROG Ally handheld, says founding member of the OG Xbox team. Right. And again, you've got to listen to her in context when she says that. Right? When she says that, she's basically saying that as a founding member, everything we built is gone. You're not doing exclusives anymore. The strategy does not center around the box. You're now going to let other people make the hardware for you. This is a complete jettison of everything that we've done. You're basically just building PCs. You're going to let other people build PCs and call them Xboxes. I think her video is fair. I think her disappointment's fair. I think her credentials speak for themselves. She was there at the beginning. Like, she was there when they were coming up with ideas like achievements and Xbox, and Xbox Live and playing together and talking together and making it communal in the 360 era of when things were, for many people, at their best. And then she actually talks about in other videos about like what happened with the Xbox One era and why it went so poorly and why they weren't consulted on certain decisions and certain things were done, and it was a very much of a Microsoft injection of what they thought was the right idea and what they thought should happen. Sounds like more disappointment, not bitterness. Yeah, I mean, plenty of people have been a part of games and companies and studios, and in the waning hours of things not going well. Where's the link to her channel? I put the link in chat to her video. It's an Xbox branded ROG Ally. Listen, what I personally feel is happening is there is a deep-seated disappointment with what Xbox is doing, and nobody wants to say that part out loud, so they're acting like this is monumental and huge and the future and this big, huge change. And it's like, no, it's not. And you know that it's not. You know that it's not. This is literally an Xbox branded piece of equipment that's already in the market, and this is the signal of what they're doing. They did this right around the same time that there's an Xbox branded MetaQuest in the market. That's your future. And I don't know why anybody thinks like that's the future. That's Xbox's future, but it's not the future. It isn't. Especially not with the sales we're seeing for the Nintendo Switch 2. All of the claims about where the industry was headed and how consoles were stagnant and not growing and how exclusives were going to go away, I just continue to think that PlayStation and Nintendo are proving that wrong all of the time. And to constantly have to go back to tired arguments about like, well, but PlayStation's bringing their games to PC, so they're following in Xbox's footsteps. And it's like, no, they're not. That, again, is not a factual accounting of what has taken place if you go and listen to the actual earnings calls. These guys and these creators, they would have, I think, done themselves and their audiences such a better service if they would have just listened to what was said on earnings calls by Xbox, and if they would currently listen to earnings calls from PlayStation before making these predictions about like, oh no, yeah, everybody's doing this, everybody's going this direction, when PlayStation quite literally continues to say the opposite. PlayStation just did an interview with Steven Totillo where they're like, we're not putting our games on PS Plus day and date. They find that to be not the route they're going to take, and they've had great success with PS Plus, even at the higher levels of the subscription service. Once again, refuting the idea that they're following in that footsteps and they're going to do what they're doing. Oh yeah, they got to follow Xbox. I had guys telling me that for years, that without day and date, PS Plus is DOA and nobody's going to sign up for it. The reason people say it's the future is because technology is moving in a direction where so many games exist that are played on all kinds of devices. It doesn't mean there won't be exclusives. But I actually think that the challenge with that statement, El Duderino, you said technology is moving a direction where so many games exist that are played on all kinds of devices. Again, I think the problem with that prediction is you're acting like that's what developers want to do. Like developers want to develop their game for all of the devices that are out there. I've not seen that. I've not seen that claim by developers. We've seen the opposite claim for years, that when they shrink down and build for one platform, it benefits them. We've spoken to people here who have worked on teams, both contract and non-contractual employees, that have said that. So this idea that like developers are like, oh yeah, that's really what we want to start doing is we want to build games that run on all these devices out here. And it's like, I see that being touted by a brand who's pivoting to that strategy with their software. I don't see that being touted and claimed by developers. Regarding trends, do you think Nintendo is moving towards putting their games on other consoles? No. Absolutely not. There's no evidence of that. They just broke every record that was out there for console, for a video game piece of hardware launch. Nintendo just destroyed every record with the Switch 2. Why on earth would they change course? Like, this is where I get confused with how people talk about this. Phil Spencer makes it clear why they're doing what they're doing. They lost the worst generation to lose. They're not in the business of out-consoling Nintendo and Sony, okay? So they're pivoting in a way that will enable them to flourish as a company. PlayStation and Nintendo are posting the opposite results. They are. Nintendo is breaking records of a console launch, of a piece of gaming hardware launch. PlayStation's having their most successful console generation ever. So where's the impetus for them to change? Like, that's what you would have to argue. Where's the business impetus for Nintendo or PlayStation to change course? There's measurable impetus for Xbox to change course. Hardware is down year over year. It's doing worse than Xbox One. Xbox One was seen as a disaster for them, and this gen's doing even worse. I don't know how. You have to ask, how is that even possible? So their course makes logical sense. Like, I don't think anybody is confused and is like, I don't understand why Xbox is doing this. No, I think you can make perfectly good logical sense of what they're doing. It's like, oh no, I get why they're doing what they're doing. But then you'd have to ask the question, is there any logical or business impetus for PlayStation or Nintendo to follow suit? I don't see it. I've never seen evidence for it. If I was a developer, I wouldn't want to make my game for all five platforms. Microsoft is changing their vision for this reason alone. They needed to. They could not sit and follow the same game plan. Right. So at one level, you have to be like, okay, I logically understand the reasoning behind what Xbox is doing. It makes perfectly good sense, right? It makes perfectly good sense. So then you have to look at the performance of the Nintendo Switch 2, Switch 1, and the PlayStation 5 and ask, are they encountering the same problems? Are PlayStation and Nintendo encountering the same difficulties? The PlayStation 5 is keeping pace with the PS4, and they didn't do a mid-gen price drop. I have it on very good authority that internally, PlayStation is very impressed and surprised by that. They are very pleased with the fact that they're halfway through the gen, and they didn't have to drop the price of the device, and they're keeping pace with the PS4. That is a surprise, a pleasant surprise to them. Nintendo Switch 2 just lands and breaks all records. So again, it's like, okay, so where's the impetus for them to change? They're doing the thing that we heard wasn't even going to be possible, that it's stagnant and not growing, and that, this is the future, this is where things have to go. I guess my question is, what would it take for people to admit they were wrong about this? What amount of evidence would make them feel as if their predictions have been falsified or that haven't come to fruition? Like, at what point in this journey that we're on will they say, you know what? I got it wrong. PlayStation and Nintendo are just going to continue to do their thing. They're going to continue to do bespoke hardware. They're going to continue to do exclusives. Yeah, Xbox went a different road because they needed to. The industry didn't follow them. They won't admit they were lied to and duped. It's an insurmountable task, says Eugene, in all aspects of life. My theory, the next Xbox is just a PC that has access to backwards compat via AMD. I think you're correct, Jerry. I think I think their goals with back compat are very telling. They're very telling. Because they're wanting to give you a way to engage with your library that has nothing to do with them and their hardware. It'll be hardware that they had somebody else build for them. That's the point. Let it be like Bungie overturning your ban. Yeah, right. The AMD partnership is for hardware back compat, and the rest will be just PC. Yes. And listen, here's the thing. That actually is a good thing and a value to the consumer, but I feel like it's very hard to establish that, talk about that, and engage in that conversation, because it would take people admitting, yeah, it kind of seems like Xbox is walking away from hardware. They would rather have somebody else make it for them. Now let's talk about what that means for the consumer. There's good things that means for the consumer. It means that if they're successful in their backwards compatibility efforts, you're going to have access to everything. You're not going to have to run these 360 emulators. You're not going to have games missing from your library if they can pull this off. Again, that's a big if. That's a really big if. I think their ambition for backwards compatibility, I think it's enormous. It is enormous. That's a big undertaking to be like, we're going to develop this AMD tech that will enable you to then play basically every game from the first Xbox to now. Okay. That's very ambitious. If they pull it off, huge win. Huge win for long-standing consumers. It's also a huge win if you can go and buy those games, because that's a form of game preservation. So, like, let's say you've never been on Xbox, but you want to go back and play some of these classic, Xbox games and Xbox 360 games. That's great effort for game preservation if they pull this off. But you have to see the seedbed for all of this is them not wanting to build their own hardware anymore. They want out of hardware. Many of us have argued this for a long, long time, that like they're focusing on the software side of things, the publishing side of things. But we're not having that conversation. We're having to establish what a handheld can or cannot do, because people covering this can't even get the facts straight and are confused about it, and inadvertently convincing people that the device can do things that it can't do. I mean, I've got people in my comments that are convinced that Asus ROG Ally, Xbox ROG Ally is going to be able to play their library natively. I mean, I have guys in my comments convinced that I'm lying and that they're going to be able to do that. Okay. And I wish we had more exciting things to talk about I'll be honest with y'all. I wish there was other things to talk about right now. The gaming news feeds are there's just nothing. We've got something with Cerny and Jack from AMD today. So this was the announcement here. From the same source, two branches, one vision. My good friend and fellow gamer Mark Cerny and I recently reflected on our shared journey, symbolized by these two pieces of amethyst split from the same stone. So they're in this picture together with the amethyst. Project Amethyst is a co-engineering effort between PlayStation and AMD focused on machine learning-driven graphics and gameplay innovations built around two core goals: designing an architecture optimized specifically for machine learning workloads in gaming, developing high-quality neural networks that push the boundaries of real-time game graphics. This isn't just theory, it's a co-engineered reality. From hardware breakthroughs to software advances, we've delivered smarter, more efficient solutions like Super Resolution and FSR4, and now we're paving the way for machine learning-based frame generation and ray generation in FSR Redstone. And this is just the beginning. There's enormous potential ahead, and we're incredibly proud of what we've achieved so far. The future of gaming is bright, and we're just getting started. Grateful for the partnership, the friendship, and what's next. Now, if we contrast this co-engineered reality, as he calls it, okay, if we contrast this to what Xbox has announced with AMD, they're vastly different. They are vastly different because Mark Cerny has made it crystal clear that this effort with Project Amethyst and this machine learning is serving the PS6 and PSSR and future hardware endeavors from PlayStation. PlayStation entered this agreement with the idea we're going to have a mutually beneficial arrangement here where both of what we're developing from a hardware and software perspective, we both benefit from this. Xbox, on the other hand, walks out and says something entirely different. You are going to have AMD co-engineering and building things, and even AMD says they're not going to be building like bespoke Xbox stuff. They're going to be building stuff that comes into the market that can then leverage and make what Sarah Bond said come true. They want Windows to be the biggest gaming platform. It's completely different. One is saying we're basically going to have AMD build the stuff while we focus on the software. Like, this coalesces very well with what they said about the handheld. When we hear internally that they're saying we're not going to do our own handheld, we're going to focus on the software, and then they have this Asus ROG Ally, and then they have the AMD announcement. All those things sound like, okay, that's the strategy. That's what you guys are doing. You're going in a direction where you focus on what you're good at. You're a software company. Sony, on the other hand, is like, we're a tech company. We build hardware, and this innovation and this co-engineering with AMD has already brought things to fruition. As they said, FSR 4 is the first thing out of this, and it benefited from PSSR, which in turn, that'll kick the ball right back and benefit future updates and iterations of PSSR, which is something that is directly impacting future development of hardware from PlayStation with the PlayStation 6. So what you're seeing is you're seeing a branch in the road, and we're going a fork in the road, and we're going two completely different directions. One is not necessarily better than the other. It's just that you have to see how vastly different they are, because one may matter to you more than another. I come from the perspective of growing up in a Nintendo home, going to PC, coming back to console, going back to PC, coming back to console. I've been sort of nomadic. I've been all over the place. And it is my observation that when you have a happy marriage between the company building and innovating on the hardware and the developers making the games, I believe we get the best games from that marriage. I think that is a happy marriage. It is why the 360 era had so many great titles. It is why right now we're seeing PlayStation Studios and even partnerships with things like Kojima and Decima and Guerrilla and what they've done with Death Stranding 2. We are seeing some of the best games born out of that marriage and that relationship. And that's why I think this is a path that I support more than, well, we're going to have other people build the hardware. You're basically investing in Windows. That's now an extension of what Microsoft's main core competency has been over the years. And we're going to be putting games in all places. I don't see that bringing value to me. People that are like, oh, but now you can play games in more places. I can play games on my phone, my tablet, a handheld gaming device, and a TV. And I'm like, that all sounds great. That doesn't speak a single ounce of value to me. You know what speaks value to me? Games that ship at the quality of Death Stranding 2. That's what speaks value to me. An investment and a partnership where Kojima and Guerrilla work together with Decima to build what I feel like is going to be an instrumental game in future systems that you see in other games. Like Death Stranding 2 is going to be very impactful. That speaks value to me. Like, one of the things I've seen said quite a bit recently is, well, let's make it about the games. Let's play games. Let's talk about games. I completely agree. I've received more value this year from advancements in investment in things like the PS5 Pro. Like when I played AC Shadows and got to turn on global illumination and sit in my living room and felt like I was playing like a high-end PC game. When I got to experience Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores on the PS5 Pro, same deal. When I'm getting to experience Death Stranding 2, I'm experiencing high level, high quality, well built games. That's what it's supposed to be about. It's not supposed to be about, oh, but yeah, removing barriers and letting you play in more places. That's what gaming's all about. Since when? Since when has that been what gaming is all about? I would show up to E3 every year and watch the showcases, and you know what I was there to see? I was there to see games. Not PR and marketing and talking about like, oh, anywhere. You can play anywhere. You can play on any device. Okay, that's great. Are the games any good? Are the games worth playing? Like, look at Death Stranding 2 as a perfect example. It's only playable on one platform right now. And it is one of the best games I've ever played. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Zelda Breath of the Wild, Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong's coming up. These are all fantastic games for one system, for one company system. Is the value of those games diminished because they're only playable on one place? Is Death Stranding less of a game because you can't access it? Is Severance less of a TV show because it's only on Apple? It doesn't affect the quality of the game at all. It doesn't affect the quality of the programming of the TV, the acting, the writing, none of it. The entire conversation has been hijacked by PR and by marketing. We have suddenly elevated this idea that if a game is playable everywhere, that somehow makes it a better game. No, what makes a better game is the game being better. Innovation in the technology, in the storytelling, brilliance in the writing and the voice acting and the soundtrack. That's what makes for a good game. The acting and the writing and the creativity in a show like Severance isn't diminished by only being on Apple TV. If anything, it's probably been increased. The whole conversation around gaming has been hijacked by PR and marketing. It's like, well, but a game everywhere, that's what really matters. Removing barriers, that's what gaming's all about. Now, the last I checked, gaming's all about games. That's what gaming is all about. It's about really great games. Great games sell poorly all the time. What does that have to do with what I'm saying? What does that have to do with what I'm saying? That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. I'm saying that, like, if you're playing games right now that are coming out and your measurement of their quality hinges on where it's playable, that doesn't make an ounce of sense to me. I've never read a review of a Marvel show, movie, or Star Wars show or movie and been like, but it's only on Disney Plus, so, we have to take points off. No, that would be asinine. You don't criticize creative work by where it lands. You criticize creative work on how good it is. And the whole conversation's been hijacked with this weird insistence upon, like, well, what really matters is where the game is accessible. Listen, more people playing a game is a completely fine thing. It's not a measurement of the greatness of the game. It isn't. It's not a measurement of the greatness of the game. No one is reviewing Death Stranding 2 right now and judging it based on where you can play it. I don't know. I can't wait to play Death Stranding 2 on my iPhone. Accessibility to the game is immaterial to the game's quality. They are not connected. They are simply facets of the market. Like, can you play it here or not? Okay, you can't, so you got to come over here to play it. Okay, now let's talk about how good the game is. Oh, you meant to put a kappa. You need to play Death Stranding 1. Death Stranding 1 didn't suddenly become a better game when it was on PC. It didn't suddenly become a better game when it was on Xbox. It was already a good game, an award-nominated game before that. It just ended up in more places. That's a benefit to the gamers that gets to play it. The value of the game, the quality of the game is not affected by where it shows up. except for when, developers say building for one platform makes things easier on them and they end up building a better game and they can innovate more. This has been a common talking point. When people are championing exclusives in the past and singing the praises of exclusives in the past, they were happy to point this out. When people were talking about, only building for one platform really helps the game, really helps innovation, they were happy to point this out. Well, now we're going to act like that's not a factor. What really matters, what gaming's all about, is being able to play in more places. The thing I keep coming back to and the question I keep asking is, since when? When the frick did that become what gaming is about? If you've been gaming as long as I have, from the Nintendo to now, that's never been what gaming is all about. Gaming has been about, are the games any good? What are we doing? Where are we going? What adventures can I have? That's what gaming is about. Gaming's not about where the game can be played. It's immaterial to the discussion. It's a hijacked discussion. Marketing got into the train and has hijacked everything that we end up talking about when these things come up, instead of being like, well, is the game any good? Like, did you read a single Death Stranding 2 review that was like, stellar game, practically a 10 out of 10, but it's only on the PlayStation, so that's not really what gaming's all about, Gaming's not about innovation and excellence in writing and storytelling and soundtracks and creating these incredible adventures and immersive experiences. No, it's not about that. It's really about being able to play the game everywhere. Nobody would say that. You would read that review and be like, what the heck? This is ridiculous. How many copies of Death Stranding 2 have been sold? I don't think we know any of the numbers yet. I've not seen any official reports. I don't know. Little rant to end the day on, I guess. I'm just fed up with the whole thing. I'm just fed up with it. It's like, we can't speak. If you speak factual like Laura Fryer did, you're called bitter. You're called a fanboy. You're called a tribalist, and it's like, all right, well, I'm gonna have conversations with adults. I'm not gonna engage with that nonsense. I'm gonna dismiss it as what it is. It's nonsense. Wasn't Death Stranding 1 like 20 million? It's like lifetime 20 million players. I don't know what the actual sales have been. It has 11.4 thousand ratings on the store already. That's pretty high. That's a lot of reviews. Seems like a pretty solid start. It's got a 4.93. Hang on. Yeah, Final Fantasy 16 has been out for a while. It has 38,000. It's been out for 2 years, and it has 38,000. So I would say that the 11,000 scores is a really good sign of the sales success of the game. This is a good question. I'm going to answer this question before we go to the green room. This handheld that is coming out is not a technical leap. What do you think Sarah Bond meant by that, and what do you think is coming? I think when she said the biggest technical leap we've ever seen in a generation, I think she was talking about their efforts with AMD and backwards compatibility. I think that's what she was talking about. I think if you look at their efforts with AMD and backwards compat, they're going to say this is unprecedented that you're going to have access to this much of the original Xbox and Xbox 360 library. They're going to say that this is basically unrivaled technology. That's what I think. No, I don't think there's going to be cloud. She was talking about AI. It could be their AI machine learning. I'm sorry, their AI efforts with game preservation. Cloud, yeah, I don't know. My personal opinion is, from what we're hearing, the sleeper in the room, the thing they're kind of keeping tucked away, is that backwards compat, because they keep talking around it and making references to it. So the stop killing games thing has reached even more signatures. It's at 727,000. We have a video planned, not about this. It's about something else that you guys know I've been pretty big on. Stop destroying video games. It has 727,000 signatures of the million needed. So it seems some of the recent hullabaloo about this has actually helped get more people to sign. So European citizens, you can sign this initiative. It is is there a good way to get people to the link? Does It Play has tweeted about it. So we'll give that a retweet. And if you guys follow me and you are a European citizen, you can sign this. The Thor controversy has been their biggest ally. I think in a very strange turn of events, I actually think he became, he became the devil so this thing could rise. Like everybody was so mad at him, and it's all over YouTube and it trended like crazy, that now they're getting more signatures than they probably would have received. So if they can get it, discussed, I think there are elements of it that will be, unfortunately, and I told a guy this on Twitter, and he said something to the effect of, he said at the end of you acting like pirate software at the end of your stream, not a good look. I said, I voiced support for the movement and said I agree with most of it. I just think elements of it are an overreach that will make it more likely to be dismissed, especially by governing officials who will trend toward a pro-corporation sentiment, right? So my argument was that a lot of these governing officials are super, super unfamiliar with the gaming industry. And if they see something that is they feel is a threat to corporations, right? If they see something as a threat to corporations, they're immediately going to dismiss it, because you got to remember, a lot of these governing bodies and governing officials are very much pro-corporation. And so that was my only feedback, was that elements of it are a bit of an overreach. And if there's a governing guy sitting there that's like, well, that sounds like you're trying to really impinge on, privacy of the company and proprietary information of the company, and this would be damaging to corporations, there are officials and governing people that would be like, they'd very much be against it. So that was my main concern with it, is that it needs a sharper focus. So yeah, I'm not going to tell you guys what the video is about, but I've got a video it's adjacent to this. So Nintendo blocking sales on Amazon and raising the price on the Switch 1 is crazy. Oh, yeah, I thought I saw something about that. I didn't get to dig too deep in it. I think you're conflating U.S. politics with European. Well, the CMA took a stance of not wanting to disrupt the, an industry. I'm sorry, the cloud as a market. They didn't want to disrupt it with overregulation, which is one of the reasons the CMA did a partial block at the time that eventually was resolved. So even European governing officials are not going to want to see corporations harmed because of the tax dollars that are generated from those companies, right? Like a citizen demanding elements of a corporation that could be seen as damaging or impinging, I don't necessarily think that you're going to find universal acceptance of that from governing officials. They'll be like, we got to protect these companies to a certain point. Again, my feedback was only that we know a lot of these guys in government don't know a freaking thing about the gaming industry. And if they see something in this that they feel like is a bit of an overreach, it increases the likelihood of them dismissing it. CMA is UK, not European. The Euro group doesn't seem pro-corporation at all. Well, okay, right. But again, even when the Euro was looking at the not the FTC, even when the Euro was looking at the acquisition of ABK Hilly, they were still very much like allowing it because they felt like it would promote competition between the companies. So if you see something like this, like citizens asking corporations to do something that could actually remove some corporations from the market and being able to compete and being able to promote and deliver games, even Euro is going to say, we don't like that. We don't want to see companies, in effect, damaged or unduly harmed and pushed from the market. So even in an effort to do things for citizens, you can be sort of like, we don't want corporations damaged by regulation, because what that does is that removes choice from the consumer in the market as well. So again, I think your biggest hurdle is going to be that a lot of these guys don't know anything about the gaming industry, and if they see something that makes the movement seem like it's an overreach, you're just increasing the likelihood of them saying, yeah, we're not going to do this. That's been my point the entire time. I've not once tried to say what will happen and what these governing officials will do. In my experience, a lot of these guys don't know anything about gaming, and they're going to err on the side of, well, we're not going to come in here and start regulating, because overregulation can harm things, and gaming generates a lot of revenue, so they're going to be very careful with that. And if they feel like this movement, this conversation is reaching too far, they could just dismiss the whole thing. That's why I think a more laser-focused approach would be better. If there's one aspect of Stop Killing Games that they could push for and revisit it, fight for that first instead of the broad reach that it's going for in multiple capacities. So, we need to go to Green Room, though, because I need a break. And, no, John Lepkowski, I'm sorry I missed this. He tried to poke the member count here. We in EU like regulations. But do you like regulations of global endeavors? Like, do you regulate your own European businesses? Or do you, like, the history of regulation in the EU, would you, like, think about the global revenue generation of video games and the global revenue generation of live service games? Do you want to overregulate that in your region of the world and say, oh, well, we think this should happen, and then, in effect, maybe even push live service games out of your region? EU is highly regulated. They highly regulate global companies, is the question that I'm asking. So they tell these companies that make these live service games, you know, Fortnite, and they tell Fortnite what they can and can't do. They like to regulate at their own expense. Have they currently shown that they'll do that outside of the loot box thing? Outside of the loot box thing, have they regulated other live service games in any capacity? Because I know they regulated the loot boxes because of like the percentage thing that they pushed. I think that was the EU, wasn't it? In the realm of live service games, though, and the revenue generation that they bring, I don't know. That feels like they would be hesitant to do that. And to the citizen, do you want that as a citizen? Do you want to, like, lose access to games because these games make such an insane amount of money? If the Euro is the only one trying to regulate some of this, people might be like, yeah, we don't have any desire to ship our game there anymore. They said everyone used USB-C, and Apple either wouldn't or sell EU or just change all of the phones. I'd be curious to see, outside of the loot box issue, if they decide to start regulating the live service games to the degree that this movement is asking for because of the potential loss of revenue that they would be facing. Because if you've got like a mega successful live service game that's like, we're not going to abide by that, and you're the only region pushing for it, and that game becomes unavailable in that region. You know, imagine, you know, games like Fortnite and others that are cash cows, not for them in particular, but just in general. They're big games and they generate lots of money. would your current, governing officials be like, oh yeah, let's regulate what a live service game has to do with their servers so that they basically don't ship the game here, right? Because again, yeah, mandating cable conformity is a bit of a different reach than what we're talking about. We're talking about the potential reality of regulation stating to a company, if you're going to build a live service game, you have to, from moment one, bake into it the ability to offload the game so that people can do their own private servers. You also have to establish potential end of life. You also have to rewrite your TOS. There's a lot of things that they want, and I don't think any of these things are bad. I think it's so much that you're going to see people say, this seems like an overreach. This seems like it'd be very disruptive. And EU may be like, yeah, we're all about it, baby. We love to regulate. But if they're the only ones that want to do it, well, those games wouldn't be available in that region then. I think a lot of the games would just say, fine then, we won't ship there. We can ship in Japan and China and India and Korea and make a ton of money, and we don't got to worry about this thing that you're trying to enforce. I think that's one of the challenges with some of this, is that live service games in general can be massively popular outside of these places that might try to regulate them, and they might be like, well, we just won't ship our game there. The movement is just the first step. It's not like the thing becomes the regulation. That would be negotiated through with the stakeholders. Everyone acting like the regulation would be that dude's statements is insane. My point is, Hilly, if the people that he's trying to get this in front of, if they look at it and they feel that it's an overreach, you're increasing the likelihood that it doesn't get taken seriously and it gets dismissed. That's just been my vocal concern. Is that we know a lot of these governing people have no freaking clue about the gaming industry. And they might take one look at this and be like, the frick is this? They want to do this, and this? You see, like, that's been what the only concern I voiced since yesterday to today has been that you need to make this, arguably, you need to make this, like, brain dead dumb, easy to understand if you want any government to look at it and care. The million signatures means it's taken serious. Well, but that I'm talking about once it's in front of them. The million signatures gets it in front of them to discuss it. And if they're very, very disconnected and they don't know a lot about the gaming industry, you're hoping that they understand the litany of issues outlined in this movement. If they don't, and it's if there's too many layers to it, or it's too broad and it's too big in its reach, you're increasing the likelihood of a governing official being like, I'm not. This sounds ridiculous. If someone offered me $100,000 for my house, I'd laugh at them and never negotiate with them. That's the issue. It is serious. I'm not saying it's not serious. You don't know they're disconnected? I didn't say that they are. We've commonly seen these gaming topics discussed by governing officials, and there is a very consistent measure of they're very disconnected from the gaming industry. How many people that are going to look at this in the EU are really old, longtime politicians that don't pay much attention to the gaming industry? How well versed do you think they are in live service games, the end user license agreements of live service games, and the TOS of live service games? I think it's reasonable for me to presume that a lot of them are very disconnected from this stuff. Gamers who play these games are disconnected from this stuff. I think it's reasonable to assume that there are lots of people that are going to look at this and they are not going to be well versed in the topic at all. It's live service EULAs and TOSs and licensure of live service games. Like, that is not a topic that even a lot of gamers are well versed in. It's designed that way. It's designed for people to not really know how it all works and how it's all going down, because they lulled everybody to sleep, and so we basically don't buy games anymore, we buy licenses. The issue is they're asking for things that no court would ever take seriously. It doesn't matter how serious the people signing or asking the signing are. They have teams of people working in culture departments to explain it to them when needed. Well, I mean, again, that's what I've just continued to say. is that you're hoping in that chain of conversation, you're hoping that everything in this movement and this thing that they've put out, everything they're asking for, is easy to understand and not seen as an overreach. That's what you're hoping for. You're hoping that the people that end up looking at this, if they get the 1 million signatures, they might do it. They might do it now. They look at this and say, this seems worthy of our time and effort. That's what you're hoping for. It doesn't matter what your opinion of this situation is. If you're signing and you're wanting to see this make change, you're hoping that this thing goes through the channels of communication and gets to the people that are supposed to discuss it, and they take it seriously and like, this is a big deal. If you ask for 15 things and get 4, that's a win. Again, my concern is when you ask for 15 things, they might say, get this out of here. This is too broad. They might dismiss it very quickly and say, this is too much. If you ask for one thing that's laser focused, that's easy to understand, I actually think you increase the likelihood of getting it more entertained as an idea. Where's the subscription membership option on Twitch? It should just be, you can probably just use the sub command and get it to pop up. There you go. Oh, no, that command needs edited. Hang on. I'm in caps lock. Okay. Lono, not sure what your concern is. I think the concern with live service is the predatory pay-to-win and loot boxes with kids could be viewed as gambling. That you're not familiar with what we're talking about, Cobra Kai. Stop Killing Games doesn't have anything to do with that. Not sure what your concern is. I mean, you're not familiar with the topic if you're bringing up pay-to-win and children. That's not what Stop Killing Games is about. Stop Killing Games is about companies' ability to revoke your access to games, both live service and single player, either through unjust TOS, end-user license agreements that have things in them that allow them to just rip your license away, as well as they want end of life outlined ahead of time, or when a game ends of life, they want the ability to do their own private servers. And I've just continued to say some of those things, I completely understand why you want that. I think game preservation and access to games in perpetuity is a good thing if we can get it. But I think asking every single company that sets up a live service game to create an off-ramp strategy for when the game ends, and even telling you ahead of time when the game's going to end, I don't think you're going to get that. I think that is a very, very large task. Saying they just have to patch the game to enable private servers is an oversimplification of a very complicated situation. If you can get companies to do it, I think that's great. I think the average company is going to say, yeah, we got 100 people here. We're building a live service game. We can't do that. We can't build the game in that way from moment one to like just grant you your own ability to do private servers. So, and like wanting end of life to be outlined ahead of time is an impossible task as well, because you could get 18 months into a game's life, it doesn't generate enough money, and they're going to go into the red, and they have to shut it down and end it. They may not, at that point in time, they may not even be in the power or position to retrofit the game, update the game, patch the game, rip things out, do things to hand everything over to you to do private servers. They might not even be in the position to do that. This would want that to be regulated, and then that would be demanded of that company. If you're going to make the game, that plan would have to be in place from moment one. I think that is an overreach, and I don't think you would get that. I think most regulatory bodies would reject that idea. Now, the EU might entertain it. I don't know. I've just continued to say that's a bit of an overreach, and you're going to have a hard time getting companies to agree to that. You're going to have people obviously lobbying for the other side in these discussions. They're going to be saying that would be absolutely destructive to game development to ask that of a studio, because people are like, oh, they don't have to support the game anymore. Just hand it off to us so we can do private servers. Sure, that sounds very simple, but it's not that simple, and not every studio would be equipped to do that, especially if they've got to set it up like that from moment one. Like, what somebody should do right now is go around and interview a bunch of developers and say, how easy of a task would it be right now to hand off your game to the public so that they could set up private servers? How easy of a task would that be? What sort of a workload would that be for you guys? I bet you get a bunch of different answers because every game has been structured completely differently. So that's what the subject is. Okay, we got to go to green room. I've said that multiple times. We got to get out of here. Did I set up redirect? No, I didn't. Hang on. I think one of the best things people can do is say that that's a big value point that they want, right? Hey, there you go, Mr. Sister, with 2 months. Thank you so much, Dan. I think one of the best things consumers can do with this signature thing is let companies know this is a big value point and something that you want. And then that can become something that companies strive to do because they know, hey, people really want this. We need to make those assurances from the beginning that, hey, if we do a game, you're going to be able to play it private later. We're going to set up private servers for you guys from Jump Street. So if the game ever dies, you get to keep all your stuff. Like, if you make it something that is high in demand, companies will see that as something that they need to invest in, and they'll use it as a marketing point. And then you get to hold them to it. You're like, well, it's in your TOS, it's in your EULA or whatever. You got to provide private servers to us. So, all right. Hey, thank you so much for supporting the channel directly with a membership. If you're watching on the Purple platform, eventually this will be a subscriber-only segment where you got to be paying to access the content. This is something that we do that's extra. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to come with us, click join and pick Member Plus. That's a way to come with us. This is the Green Room segment. This is how we plan the shows, the content, the stuff. I'm going to end the previous stream and hit redirect and bring folks over. And then I am going to change